All right. You ever get that feeling that you were going to do something and then can't remember at all what you were going to do? So you just start stream anyway. Bevy Jam. Bevy Jam is announced in about an hour. Garrett. Late. Yes, I know. I ripped my keyboard off the bottom of my desk right as I was about to go live. Which is, you know, the best thing to do when you're about to when you're about to go live. So I had to reattach it. All my stuff is velcroed to the bottom of my desk effectively. Hey Xavier, hey Steve. So yeah, the theme for Bevy Jam is going to be announced in 54 minutes. So I think until then we're just going to hang out. I'm going to do some like vaguely Kenney Jam related stuff. I'm not really participating in Kenney Jam. I'm just kind of like doing some stuff. So I've got an app that has a bunch of, you know, like Bevy Asset Loader and things like that. And then in about 50 minutes, the jam for Bevy will start and we'll switch over to that. And in the meantime, if anybody has any questions about Bevy stuff, setup, project setup, any kind of things like that, definitely ask. I think that I can just go straight to my channel here. If you have a interest in hooks and observers, if you haven't checked them out yet, we've got a video for hooks and observers up. And then there's also a video on the Bevy Game Jam working group did a template. And there's quite a bit in it. So I did a video for that if you're interested in that. Hello, second channel. I also tried to set up StreamerBot last night. Let's see if that works. Probably not. Nope. I did not set it up correctly. Oh, there it is. Haha, that's the bot. The bot is me at the moment. There is nothing else that it does, but we will eventually have more commands to do things. Am I taking part in the jam? I am taking part in the jam. It has not started yet. It will start in, what was the right? 50 minutes, something like that. That is, yeah, we should do a Discord link bot response. That should absolutely be a thing. What is the ideal project folder setup for Bevy for a large scale project? For a large scale project, I think that you end up using a workspace with a bunch of different crates that are responsible for different things. We can go take a look at the quick start because they kind of do this. Oh, this is the wrong quick start repo. The Bevy flock templates. So this is the template they created for the jam. And it has vaguely the right structure, so we'll use it to talk about. Basically, you'll have some crate that is like your game crate. And you'll have, you know, a main and a lib, obviously, if it's a large scale project. Your main is basically just going to bootstrap the project because it's the binary entry point. And then lib is going to handle, like, there's going to be a root plugin in lib, basically, and you're going to do all of your normal setup that you would do in a normal app. Default plugins, things like that will get set up here. They have some other stuff in here. Take it or leave it. I usually find that spawning the camera bundle happens in here too. Specifically because the camera bundle tends to be like a universal thing, like it's just always there. So if I take a look at Ivy, which is not open source, which is why I didn't look at it first. I have a workspace set up here. So if I make this a little bit bigger, maybe full screen it. So this is a project that is not that big. It's a couple thousand lines of code, but it's not really that interesting. Whether you have like separate folders for all of your source stuff or not is like a personal choice. So like you could have a file or a folder for all your Blender files, anything like that, any art sources. Assets is usually where the game ready sources go for any art, any models, anything like that. I usually have a docs folder and whatnot. And then this is a workspace. So it's set up much like the Bevy repo itself is. And I have examples here and crates. So examples is some useful stuff. You know, there's this debug animation script here that will, you know, I do 32 directional, like exported from Blender 2D sprite sheets. And this will just show me all of the animations for any given sprite sheet that I've exported from Blender, which is super useful for debugging. Things like there's a loading material example in here, and all this does is set up the loading material that I use to boot the app so that I can see it in isolation without running everything else. So you get stuff like that, which is super useful. And then you go into crates, and there's going to be, you know, a bunch of crates in here. Ivy is my core crate. So it'll be the crate where that like main and source setup is. So if I go into my main, it's a little bit thicker than you might expect. And I have some things in here that don't really belong anywhere else, like take screenshot or whatever that I haven't put into dev yet. And then each of these is going to have like a plugin in it. So every source file inside of lib is probably going to have a plugin at the root. And that plugin is going to be, you know, encapsulating everything in this file and potentially below it. Plugins are really, really useful. They're useful whether you have a workspace, whether you don't have a workspace, whether you have a third-party crate with an API or not. They're just a really useful intermediary abstraction point between like having a main and a lib and having like just a bunch of scattered files that all come together in main. So that's really the core point, I think. I think that putting a plugin at the top of the file is something that I think everybody that writes, you know, fairly large Bevy apps does. The quick start also does this. They do it in a slightly different way. If you go into their game stuff and you go into like one of their files, you see they use this like function version of a plugin. So you can just write a function that takes an exclusive reference to app and then add plugins and stuff. This is strictly less functional than the trade implementation version that we just saw in the other project. So impl plugin. And even if you use this internally for your own stuff, even the template, if you look at the lib.rs, which is the like external plugin, they use impl for any externally used plugins. So I prefer to use impl plugin for everything so that I just don't have to change anything and I can refactor things without having to rewrite things and stuff like that. You also, if you want to use configuration for any of your plugins, you need to use the impl version because you're going to put the fields inside of this app plugin here instead of like nothing, right? Like you don't have an option if you use the function version. But yeah, that's the general structure. I think depending on the game, that will impact how your structure looks. You know, if you have a 3D game, you probably have, you know, .blend files or, you know, 3D assets and things like that. So you might have some differences in the way that you deal with assets and the way that you process assets and the way that, like, that kind of thing. But they all end up in assets folder eventually anyway. I also highly suggest this examples folder in the root. It's super useful. I also have examples in each of the crates that makes sense. So some of these are pretty small. Some of these are larger. Like Ivy's sprite depth is something special for this project. It's fairly small, but I need all of my materials to use this and not the built-in Bevy materials, because I need to write out the depth texture, and that is an extra PR that I've kind of merged in. So that's all encapsulated in this Ivy Sprite depth crate with the material. Bevy ECS tiled, unfortunately now collides with an actual package. Somebody actually published Bevy ECS tiled after I did the tile map release. So this exists as a crate now, which means that I have to rename. Well, I don't have to rename it, but like I'm going to rename this so it doesn't collide with anybody else, so that I don't accidentally pull in another library or something. But in this folder, you'll also see like a bin folder, which has angles. And this angles relies on Bevy ECS tile map to do some transformation from a 2D grid to an isometric grid. And then just displays that. So I'm a huge fan of like splitting out small examples for different things. Rust is really good about telling you, like if you make a major change, if you upgrade a major version or a crate or something like that, it'll tell you when those examples break, which is really nice, because then you can just go through those examples and like test them to see if the stuff is functioning correctly. But yeah, that's my overall like larger project suggestion. I think that the other thing that is probably worth mentioning, I think the template uses it too, is starting to use feature flags like this config feature equals dev. If you look at the root cargo toml in the template, you'll see a features section somewhere in here. So features right here. In this case, they have them all kind of named similar things like dev, dev native, whatever. But you can set a default set of features, which maybe includes like your development stuff. You know, you can put Bevy Inspector eGUI behind a dev flag so that it builds and it is included by default. But if you look at the release workflow that they use, cargo build, when they build, so this is building in a matrix, so it's building like for each platform or whatever, but that's not really important. You can see that they use no default features to turn off all the development features, and then they insert the features that they want for production. So it's kind of a nice way to enable and disable different things. I have a project I was working on a game for the Kenney Game Jam yesterday, but I got extremely distracted working on some unreleased code. I'm not going to show the unreleased code, but suffice it to say I didn't get a game done. And I was really having fun with the unreleased code. But I have this feature called long loading here. And if I have done this correctly, then I should be able to cargo run with feature, features equals long loading. I always forget what the S is. So this will compile, and what this should do, if I haven't broken it, is take a really long time to load. So you can see that that took a number of seconds for it to show like a main menu or something like that. And this is just a config flag on a couple of different things in here. I've got a fake task that takes about 4 seconds, and a function that is responsible for, you know, loading whatever that would be. And I stick that into the progress tracking effectively, using this config flag. So if the config flag exists, then the loading takes a while, and I can see the loading screen, I can see the splash screens, I can see whatever it takes. And then for when I actually just want to work on it, the long loading goes away and everything just loads instantly. Hey, just passing by, busy but came to support. Cool, appreciate it. project has a workspace and a create subfolder, but also has a base at the workspace root. Is that okay? Yes. That is what I do in the Ivy project. That is what Bevy does in their own project. The only way the examples folder here will work if you do cargo run example whatever is if you have that definition in the cargo toml. So you'll see in here I have Ivy workspace. It's maybe too small to see, I don't know. But I have a workspace definition in here. And then I also have not workspace dependencies. Scroll. I have a bunch of patches because I have a fork of Bevy in this project. But I've got like dev dependencies at the root, you know? I've got, instead of just having workspace dependencies, I have actual dependencies defined in this file. And that's what package is. So workspace is the workspace stuff, package is the package stuff. I'm kind of overlaying both of them into one cargo toml file. And what that lets me do is have this examples folder that works and also have a workspace, which is all of my crates. I prefer to keep no source code in this like theoretical root crate because I find that really confusing. But if you look at Bevy has a project organization that does the same thing with the examples folder at the root here, but they also have a source right here. And if you look at the source, it's just a lib.rs that is basically kind of like a wrapper for the Bevy crate. And all it does is export this Bevy internal crate with all of the prelude stuff that is defined in it or whatnot. Thus, Bevy internal is actually where the Bevy crate is. And the Bevy crate actually just re-exports Bevy internal kind of thing. So yeah, it's totally valid. You can totally do that. There are people who put a bunch of code in this source folder at the root. I don't like that because I think it makes it confusing for people who are trying to read it. It's unclear with kind of that setup, in my opinion. But if you look at the cargo toml, they'll have package right at the root and then also workspace. So they do the same thing, and it's totally fine. Can Bevy do what Three.js can do? Can it be a replacement? To an extent. What I will say is that Three.js is effectively a lightweight web rendering library, right? So if I had a use case where the only thing that I wanted to do was take a 3D model and put it on my website and display it, I think Three.js is probably the better choice for that. If I was personally building a game and I wanted, you know, native support and multi-platform support and whatnot, I think that Bevy is probably better in that sense. And you can technically put Bevy on a website just to display one 3D model, but it's going to be heavier than what Three.js is, I believe. I haven't actually checked that recently, but I believe that that is still true. So that's kind of the line in my mind. If I'm just going to display a 3D model on a website, if I'm trying to like, you know, make a marketing site, sell something or whatever, Three.js, put a model in Three.js, display it, wonderful. Click interactions, it's all JavaScript, integrates great. If you're going to build anything that's heavyweight, anything that's a game, anything that you would, you know, want to use Bevy for, then I think that Bevy is better for that. That's just my personal opinion, though. You can totally use whatever you want. Sometimes cargo upgrades switch to different versions of dependencies for the root and for the crates, which is probably my fault somehow, but still annoying. I can't say that I've necessarily run into that. I will say that the The reason I probably haven't run into that is because I don't do explicit dependencies in my crates. So if you look at the dependencies for Ivy, right? This is just like the Ivy crate, which has basically everything. Everything in here is bevyassetloader.workspace.true.workspace.true.workspace.true.workspace. There's no versions here. So whenever I build any of the crates that are in this workspace, because I don't publish any of these, it looks at the root cargo toml, and the root cargo toml is the only place where there are actual versions and actual patches and things like that. So in the root, I just define where everything is, pick any of the versions, and that just makes sure that everything can work together. I don't like the idea of having, you know, like 20 packages and having to update the Leafwing input manager version in all of them. That doesn't feel like fun to me. I guess if I was publishing them all, that would make more sense. It would be more justified because they would have to go to crates.io, and crates.io needs actual versions for your dependencies. But if I'm working on things that don't actually get published like that, like as third-party crates and whatnot, then I do that, where I put all the dependencies in the workspace root, which guarantees that all the crates are using the same versions as well, which is really nice because I never have to worry about, like, did I upgrade, you know, Ivy events but not Ivy isometric, and is Ivy sprite depth on even a different version or incompatible or whatever. I just upgrade everything at once when I make an upgrade, and I find that to be a much nicer workflow overall. So let me get rid of this desktop. We're never going to use this desktop. Let me pull this over here. And then one thing I want to do in this other project is insert a config flag to be able to skip the main menu. So we'll do not long loading, but skip main menu, I guess. And I think that I can probably just get rid of the main menu when I use it, so I don't just never add the plugin, basically. So here's the main menu plugin. I think I can just do this. And this will apply to the item below it, so it should just apply to this plugin. And then the one thing that we will need to make sure happens is tracking, and this will continue to main menu. I think I have to put this on the whole thing. So I think I have to put it here. Well, I don't have to do it here, but I think that it makes more sense to do it here. So if skip main menu, I guess the negative doesn't work, right? The negative makes it feel weird. Let's call it disable main menu, maybe. So this won't go to main menu anymore. This will go to in-game if we disable main menu. And then for the other one, we'll take this. And I think it's just not wrapping this. I don't remember. Or else config flag not. Yada yada. Not goes around the featured. I always forget where this goes. So not feature disable main menu, which feels weird. Can't add config. We could use it for the value, yeah. I just don't want it to exist if I've turned it off. There's two ways to do it. I can either put it on an item and then it will work at compile time. Or I can use it as like a runtime feature flag effectively and swap it out. And I want it to behave like this because basically when I'm booting up the app, I want to skip the main menu, that kind of thing. I don't know that disable main menu is the right phrasing for this. It feels a little weird to do a negative feature flag like that. So now when we run this, features, but this is the way I'm going to use it too, I think. And then it will load, and we'll never see the main menu because it will never go to the main menu. But you can see that the asset loading is done, so I believe that we are in the in-game state at that point. You could name it what it does, not how it does. What it does, not how it does. Oh, yeah. I think that so the thing I don't want to do is have to specify main menu by default. I want the default build to just work with everything, but I guess that isn't happening already because I have dev in here. So I guess we could do with main menu. If you want to see the main menu, then you enable it. So if not with main menu, then we don't do the not here. So with main menu, we add the plugin. I like that better. I really don't like the negatives. So this should also work. So config, not with main menu, go straight to game, with main menu, go to main menu. And then this will be with main menu if we want to see it. So you can see that this loaded immediately, showed the main menu. And if we do not include that feature, which will be kind of the default development state, then it should just skip through. And we'll never see the menu because it never gets to it. I like that. I'm going to commit that. We've got about half an hour until the game jam starts. I'm thinking that we do some 3D model loading in the meantime. Start playing maybe with animation blending or something if we can figure that out. I am going to swap to a 3D bundle. Anyway, there's reasons that I was doing a 2D bundle there. That are no longer applicable. So let's do assets. I've got Bevy asset loader set up in here. So let's do an asset with a path that's equal to something. That is the player. That is a handle to a GLTF, I think is the right thing to do. Let's see what the examples have to say these days. So Bevy repo examples, 3D, not 3D scene. We're looking for like a GLTF import. Load GLTF. Man, I wish GitHub gave me all of the space that my browser took up. I really don't want this top bar. Okay, so environment map light. I think that's a main thing. I think that just got added, so we're not going to need that. Yeah. Oh, that's last year. Okay, maybe that is necessary. There was an environment map change recently, or maybe I'm misremembering. But let's just, I don't really want this though. Okay. I don't have any KTX files, so I'm not going to do that. We do need to set up some kind of light at some point. It looks like they are using scene bundle for the flight helmet. I guess that's okay. In which case, I think it's still GLTF. I know that they changed from being strings to being typed labels. I think the labels and the import strings still work, but I'm not 100% on that actually. So let's just load a player in and see what happens. This is going to be what? Which one of these? I'm going to have to just pick one. There's no non-deterministic character in this list. I do want one of the characters though, because they have animations on them. So let's do this one. Yikes. So this is a GLB, which is a binary GLTF. That should be able to come in as a GLTF. And then that will be the, player or whatever. And then I guess we'll do like a game plugin. And then we'll just kind of work with this kind of structure for the moment. Bevy, prelude, star, yada yada. This is not going to be app plugin. We're just going to do like game scene or whatever. And then I don't think we need to really do that much for app, but let's do a function called spawn player that takes the commands so we can spawn the player in. That takes a, what did I call this? I called this texture assets or something, didn't I? That's not really what this is. Maybe we just make a different loader here. So let's do this. Let's grab this and make this here. And I'm just going to name this player assets. Yes, that is how you spell straight. So mini characters 1, character mail GLB, player assets. We need to add this to our loader now. So we're using Bevy asset loader. We're using loading states. I don't really have like a splash in this example for the moment. So all I'm going to do is load collection with the data that we want to load. This is kind of a higher level on top of the asset server inside of Bevy. So instead of doing like asset server.load, we get to define everything in terms of these structs that have handles to things and paths to the files, which means that we can then have a loading state. So our app state right now is asset loading, splash, main menu, in-game. We're skipping main menu right now and going straight to in-game. So if I go back to assets, what's happening here is that we are entering the asset loading state. We're using the progress plugin from IES Progress in combination with Bevy Asset Loader so that when all of these assets actually get loaded, then we transition to the next state, which is just, I don't know. I like it. It's nice. So game scene, and this will be player assets, and this will be res player assets, which we'll have to import. I go back and forth on describing this as importing. It's not really importing in the way that other languages think about importing. Like, I'm not bringing the file in, if that makes sense. And I'm not like, I don't know, I'm not like attaching the code in the same way. Like if you import something in JavaScript, it's just kind of like there, right? Assuming that you're using any kind of regular JavaScript and not like exclusively super hardcore ESM. But like everything in Rust is already here and ready for us. So for spawn player, we're going to do app. I don't think we need this let here because we don't have any flags. So app dot add systems on enter, and then app state in game. What is, oh, right. I didn't specify the system. Spawn player. Bring app state into scope. Then in here, we're going to have to do that spawn. So we're going to basically do this. But we are not going to need to actually load it because it will already be loaded for us. So in here, we'll do player assets dot player, I think. Did I not make that public? I didn't make that public. So these are structs and the handles on them are fields. So if you want to use them, you do have to make them, you know, accessible to use. My guess is that, yeah, so it's a scene and we're giving it a GLTF. It's also not a GLTF. Well, I guess it technically, yes, the type is GLTF. So can we do something like GLTFs? Query for GLTF. Is that invalid? GLTF is not a component. Ah, I guess it's a resource then. It's probably an assets database. Yeah, res assets, exactly. I don't think that this is actually what we want, but I want to do not spawning at the moment. So we'll just comment that out. And what I want to do is gltfs dot get player assets dot player. And then gltf will have some functions on it. This probably needs to be a reference, which I think Rust Analyzer can handle for me. And mute. That is a Rust Analyzer bug, that looks like. It's inserting both of them. Well, actually, I don't know if that's a Rust Analyzer bug. That is, both suggestions are coming from the Rust compiler. So it probably could be phrased as a rust analyzer bug, but isn't necessarily. Or have the player scene be a handle scene and qualify the path with scene 0? Yes, absolutely. Let's minimize these finder windows since we don't really need them that much. So in Gltf, we have a whole bunch of data because Gltf is a spec. So we've got scenes, we've got named scenes, meshes, materials, etc., etc. Like Hukasu was saying, to be or not to be bug. Like they were saying, I believe if we did this and we actually didn't do it like this, and we did the asset as hash scene 0, what I should do is show what the actual Gltf looks like, which I can do with VS Code. Does it still handle Gltf? Did I not change that? I went right to it and I didn't change it. Cool. There's always the, you know, perennial problem of actually having to write the right code for the right code to actually run. Classic programmer problems. About 15 minutes until the actual game jam starts. At some point I should disable Bevy mod picking if I'm not showing the main menu. Okay, so this plugin isn't actually in our setup yet, so we need to add it. Let's add it in here. I think I made this public. Import. Perfect. I don't know where our camera is, actually. I didn't actually place our camera somewhere. Let's just steal what the example was doing, I think. Where is that? That is in lib. That is this. So we'll do this. So camera 3D bundle. This has a transform position and whatnot. We're just spawning in the camera 3D bundle. I think we also want... We would also want is default camera UI on this, but it's not going to be a problem for us yet, so I'm just going to leave it. So here is a character in the scene. And you can tell that it is very dark. It is very, you know, we're just staring at it or whatever. It's not animating at all. So we've got work to do. Let's see. Our camera is 0.7, 0.71. So it is 0.7, 0.7, 1. Yes, I do need to use my hand like this to visualize where it actually is in the scene. So I think... I feel like I'm surprised it's pointed that direction. What if we do 0, keep that at 7, keep this at 0? So X, Y are 0. Actually, I should have done that in Bevy Inspector eGUI. I don't know why I didn't. That would have made so much more sense. So we've got Bevy Inspector GUI here. We've got the camera 3D right there. Let's make this huge. Y-axis up is really strange. I guess there's an explanation of that in the cheat book, I think. Here's the thing. So left-handed, right-handed, Y up, Z up. So Y up is actually the majority of stuff. Unreal is Z up, which puts it alone in this little corner as being left-handed Z up. Blender is Z up as well, which is probably why it feels weird, because Blender is kind of ubiquitous at this point. But all of the other game engines are Y up. So Godot's in here, Bevy's in here, Minecraft is in here, Unity's in here. So game engines tend to be Y up, except for Unreal Engine, because it's special. And then Blender is also Z up. All math books, engineering, and architecture app are Z up right-handed. I could see that. I don't think it matters that much in the grand scheme of things. It's just something to get used to, you know, something to remember if you're trying to convert code from any other project or any other, you know, demo or whatnot. Changing in the inspector will not properly update the looking at part. Absolutely. Can you add a spotlight opposite of the camera that points to the character? Yes, we absolutely can. We've got somebody who's voting for Z up, who comes from the machinist world, which I totally understand. I guess that's CAD programs too then. I don't think there are any CAD programs in this list. Autodesk, ZCAD. Yeah. There we go. So Z up for AutoCAD. That makes sense. But it's kind of like whatever you want to choose. And people make decisions. It's like driving on the left-hand side of the road versus the right-hand side. You had to make a decision at some point. Some people made left hand, some people made right hand. Yes, so we can definitely do, we should probably do a light before we do really anything else anyway. Let's do a directional light. That makes sense. I'm going to use the default cascade, the shadows. Let's go back to the game scene because that's where I want to do this. Let's do a light here. I think shadows are enabled by default. I don't think we actually need to set that. If it doesn't work like that, then, well, it doesn't work like that. Color, illuminance, shadows enabled. I'm pretty sure shadows are enabled by default. I don't think we need to set that. I don't want to set any shadow config. I'm just going to use the defaults. Let's just see where the defaults go. XKCD 927. I don't know which one that is off the top of my head. Look at how bright that is. I feel like we should randomize the player character immediately. There are 14 competing standards. Ah, yes. I remember that one. There are 14 competing standards. I know. We'll create a 15th unifying standards. Ooh, what's this? We're kind of waiting for the Bevy Game Jam to start. So in the meantime, I'm just kind of playing around with Bevy stuff. Right now we're doing some 3D things because I think I want to do 3D work. I I don't do a ton of 3D work, so we're going to be, you know, looking at a couple of the things that are kind of new, like animation blending and stuff like that. I mostly work with 2D, so it'll be a little bit of learning for me, a little bit of, you know, showing off the docs and stuff and writing some code. About 5 minutes until the Bevy Jam starts. Hey Trent, how's it going? The directional light is really strong. But that's fine. I guess that is, what, directional light? So, the thing I just got rid of that I said I didn't need. And then, I don't know what the default illuminance is. Does it say in the doc right here? No. If we set it to something, I think 10 is super, super low these days. I think that the illuminance values are more like thousands. Let's name this too. I don't want to... I'm surprised it isn't named, actually. Just gonna name it directional light. So it shows up in eGUI Inspector a lot easier. And then we can type in directional light here and it shows up. We can do a UI scale if y'all feel like this is too small and you'd like to see it. It will make it significantly bigger though. The struct docs, yeah. Directional light, illuminance. What I wanted to do was this. And drag, and drag, and drag, and drag, and drag, and drag. Okay. I wonder what the actual default setting is. It's probably like 10,000 or something. And drag, and drag, and drag, and butter. But directional light isn't really what I... There we go. I've seen this before. 1000 is an overcast day, full daylight. What is the default? Where's the default implementation? Not blankets, default. Source. Ambient daylight. Ambient daylight is probably between 10 and 25,000. We could go figure it out. Not super important though. Search failed. I guess we look at the PR then. $10,000. As of this PR anyway. I don't know that that's true. But there are some constants in Bevy PR source light for each of these, which is cool. Is there a sun-like blender? Yes. I don't know what Blender's sun is like, but yeah. Like you'll notice this directional light is just kind of like pointing. We didn't place it anywhere. It's not like a point light or a spotlight or anything. So like, I don't know what Blender's, you know, sunlight or whatever is. But yes. I don't know. Do y'all want to stare at the countdown for 60 seconds? I don't actually know where the theme is going to show up. I assume it's going to show up on this site. But I'm looking at the Jam channel as well. We've got 5 options that are potential. I see people in chat, in both chats. 8, 5. Starts in -1, -2, -3. Okay, so we've got, what, 9 days and 1 hour? Theme, where's the theme? Theme. I wonder if they have to modify this page. Cycles. We've got our theme. Oh, I was like, why am I getting pinged? Oh, it's the announcement for the jam, obviously. Sweet. What do we do for cycles? Somebody's compiling Blender. Okay, good for them. Let's see. Rogue Legacy rip. Blender Ray Tracer. Oh, that is cycles, isn't it? Could be bicycles. Could be a loop. Could be like a room where you just kind of like loop through the same room over and over. Good luck, JC. Good luck, everybody who's participating. Could be... What else can we do for cycles? Things that happen over and over. Unicycles. Roguelites. I think we would see roguelikes anyway. I feel like roguelikes are a really popular game type. The only problem with roguelikes is there's potentially not enough time to do enough content. Dependency cycles. This game didn't compile. Let's see. Cycles. We do have, how do we say this? I kind of want to do something that's 3D for the Bevy Jam. So I'm thinking that maybe we use Kenney assets for placeholder and then replace the art later. This game doesn't compile, fix the game. That is the game. Somebody did that last, what is it? Last jam? They did an incremental game where you just had to keep clicking. Who's got a marble kit? That's hilarious. A couple of buildings and stuff. Dungeon, platformer, survival, mini area. Some hexagon stuff. Whatever. There's some stuff we can just kind of throw in. I think that the later stuff is older, so we probably don't pick that up because it'll probably be harder to use. Yeah. Cycles. I feel like a bicycle game might be fun. Recycling. A trash pickup game. Recycling. Wonder what an automation game on this theme. Oh, dang. I bet you could do that. That's probably easy. I mean, easy in the sense that like recursion, right? Like cycles, like producing things. Nice. That's perfect. Love that you could fit into what you were already working. Moon cycles. Yeah. Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube for a cycle? An idler with prestige count. The Call of Duty prestige system for don't click the puppy or whatever. You've been doing this for 5 minutes. You've been doing this for 10 minutes. You're prestige level 3. So the idea is you have to cycle pieces to solve the puzzle. I mean, like, under that, you could say that Tetris is cycling. I don't know that I want to go that direction. I do want to get this player running, though. So we'll keep discussing theme ideas. But I'm going to keep working on this little thing. We do have a bunch of little characters. Got a bunch of cars, sedan, tractor. There's no bike. So if we did a bike, I would have to make a bike in Blender if we were going to do 3D. And then put a character on it. It's better than Sunset, which is the Tri-Jam theme this weekend. I don't know. I have a hard time with game jam themes in general, I think. Hey, Richard. Glad you're enjoying the videos. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, Tri-Jam was Sunset. Kenney Jam was Connection, I think. Both of which are happening this weekend. I think there's another jam that's happening too. Time Loop. I guess Time Loop is cycling in the sense that the same way that a roguelike is cycling, you know? Harvest Moon. Full moon provides enough light at night to see. Maybe some kind of game where the player can go in and pilot a helicopter where the level is a round planet. Let's do a random. Oh, this is going to be ad filled, isn't it? Hopefully none of these ads get me in trouble. Let's see. Periodicity, rotation, ring, sequence, cycle, circuit. Loop, orbiting, eon, rhythm. I guess cycling. Yeah, okay. I could see that. It just automatically refreshed the page on me. Series. Phase. Era. Moon phases is a pretty strong match, I feel like. Anyone said washing machine yet? No, nobody said washing machine yet. Yeah, wash cycle, spin cycle, historical cycles. Which is moon cycles. U-block origin. Oh yeah, and Ghost 3. Yeah. I don't know why I don't have that enabled for this right now. Watercraft kit. The other thing is that I want to make sure that we can use kind of like some placeholder art to get going, but I want to replace the art later. So let's get this little character running to start off with. So we've spawned it, illuminance. What did we say? We'll go with like 10,000 is technically daylight or whatever. That's what we were at before. I thought it was a little bit too hot, so let's do 5. Scene bundle, player. With our scene, we've got the directional light. Let's get rid of this. Node entity. Guess we should name this. Name new player scene, I guess. Game where you solve puzzles by rearranging already decided actions. Cycles. Actions play out like turtles. So player scene, children, entity. Yep. So there's the character, the animation player is on the character, so we don't actually need the full scene. So I think I'm going to drop the full scene. And I'm going to reach in for this character and spawn the character in. I don't think we need anything else about the scene. There is no... There's no like name on this. There's an animation player, but I'm not actually sure which thing this is. Programming game that relies heavily on for and while loops. I feel like there was a programming game. There was a programming game like 2 gems ago where you had to like manually in diegetic space, so like in the physical world, pick up different planks that had different programming loops on them and like place them on a board. I think that one did pretty well. I think it was top 10. Game about balancing a drunk man while the world cycles around. Spinning. Just spinning the character and hoping that you could go in the right direction. Just make all of the people who vote for your game throw up. Character male A. I feel like I'm a little... Shouldn't this have a label on it of some kind? There's a hash on it. This has scene instance on it. So I guess it's just spawning everything. Yeah, I guess the other thing that I can show off, which makes a lot of sense to show off, is if we look at the character itself. I guess we're using this one. So let's do Gltf, not preview. I think import from GLB. And we'll just save it out into the same directory. Or import. And we save it out as a Gltf in the same folder. And then this will show us all of the information inside of the Gltf file, which is like a little awkward to look at if we look at it like this, because there's a bunch of like scalars and, you know, whatever. Like, do we need the accessors? Not really. So there's a scene, there's a node 0. This is the thing that's named character, which is, I guess, nodes, a couple of nodes. So scene 0 is a scene that has a node. So this is scene 0, what I have highlighted here. Make that a little bit bigger. Which feels weird because there's more than that in our Bevy game. There's the player scene. The player scene has children. The children have children. So it's scene, object, children. And I'm not entirely sure how that correlates with the GLTF output. I guess it's GLTF or GLTF scene node. Anyway, we've got a bunch of animations in here as well. There's a bunch of data inside of that buffer that we don't need to care about. There's buffer views, there's images. This looks for the color map for the character. Some materials, these correlate to the standard material in Bevy. There's meshes, primitives. So this is body, head. I guess this is the character. So node 0 or node name character A. Can we do label by name these days? I know that wasn't a thing at one point. So let's get our assets here and load this back in as a GLTF because I don't really want to spawn the scene. This could be node 0. I don't think there's a node type, is there? At least I won't suffer alone. 3D apps have properties like materials that belong to mesh, but this cannot be done with an extra layer of indirection. And GLTF, the node can have children too. Yes, there's a bunch of, it's like a tree structure, right? What happens when you upload a 3D object with no animation? Would it be much different? The animations array just wouldn't exist. It would be empty. All right, yo. Good luck with your game. Thanks for hanging out. Nodes are converted into child entities with GLTF mesh. GLTF mesh is what we're looking for then? I want to look at the docs to see if the labels still exist for, or if I want to look at the docs to see if the labels include names these days. Because this will have everything. So everything that we just looked at is represented here, right? We've got animations. We can get the animations by name. We've got the materials. We can get the materials by name. All of the nodes are also here. So that's a GLTF node, I guess, that we were looking at. A GLTF node has more nodes as children and can have a mesh associated with it. So I guess node 0 will have a GLTF mesh. We don't really want the node. We want the mesh associated with that node. I don't want to look at the GLTF spec. I want to look at the asset loader for GLTF for Bevy. I don't know exactly where that is. Where's the assets loader implementation? Let's go look at the source code. See, crates. Bevy GLTF is a crate. Source, loader. So when you write a loader, you get the opportunity to specify like asset labels. So I'm assuming that if they are set with their names, it will be findable in here. A GLTF mesh is a primitive, so it's a small subset of the whole mesh. But it can be the whole thing too, right? So I guess we do want the node. The node has the animation player on it, which is the thing that we want. The animation player is super important, because otherwise we won't be able to actually play any of our animations. Primitive label. Let's see. Add labeled asset is the API. So this is labeled with animation. This is labeled with a string if it's an image. This is labeled with a morph target label. That's not what we're looking for right now. Meshes are labeled with primitive label. What's primitive label? I guess that's just the name, right? Actually, that'll be Gltf mesh or something like that. Cycling of the seasons. That's a good one, actually. I like that. I like that because you can make like spring super powered and then like winter can be frozen and hurt, you know? If the model is just a single node. Yeah, yes. I believe this model is a single node. It's a single node with, I think, a body, a head, and something else, if I remember correctly. We were just looking at that. If we look at the Gltf, we can see that we've got nodes. So this is the character. We've got root, left leg, left, right. Left leg, left, right. Left leg, right leg, torso, arm left, arm right, head, body mesh, head mesh. And these are all nodes. But I think if we get the character male A node, that should have what we need. So let's try with the Gltf node then. Node 0. Gltf node. This needs to be brought in to scope. That'll give us this. I don't know if we can access the Gltf file at that point, which is interesting. I like the way Legend of Zelda did it, using seasons to open up new paths. That's really a cool idea. I don't know if I could do Legend of Zelda level season opening. Aren't I thinking of a single scene? Scene 0 probably refers to node 0. Yes, but I think scene 0 has translation and transform and rotation that I don't want, I believe. I kind of just want the object. I don't necessarily want the scene, if that makes sense. You can access the nodes by names using named nodes, which is a hash map. Yes, absolutely. So we can go back and do... is this component, actually? Looking at this. Fields, children, methods, trait implementations. This does not implement component. So we actually aren't going to be able to spawn a Gltf node. A Gltf node with all of its child nodes. It looks like it should implement bundle or something. Why don't I see that in the trade implementations? It's an asset. Okay. So I guess we can't do that. So we can't, we would have to use mesh as an asset. I don't know if there is, I don't think there's a way to go from Gltf node to something that's spawnable. So we may be stuck with the scene. See if there's additional documentation in the README here. Or I guess not that README. In the lib. Providing an asset loader. Spawn Gltf uses the scene. Loading parts of a Gltf asset. There we go. Flight helmet, spawn objects, Gltf, helmet scene. Wait until the scene is loaded. We don't have to do this because we're using Bevy asset loader. Gltf scene 0 clone. That's the scene bundle. Is it always scene bundle no matter what? Named scenes. Asset labels. I haven't used the typed asset labels yet since they were introduced. Gltf node is an asset. Other than using scene, you would probably need to hand build the hierarchy by traversing all the nodes. Okay, so I guess we just go back to scene then, if that's the case. I feel like the scene has transform that I don't want though. You know, like I feel like I should be able to use a scene as a collection of nodes that I then choose to spawn, if that makes sense. I believe that's a valid use case. There's no kind of node bundle, right? There's scene bundle, dynamic scene bundle. You've made an asset loader for a proprietary file format that outputs a scene? That's sick. That's a UI node bundle. That is not what we're looking for. Scene bundle, sprite bundle, spatial bundle. So many bundles. Dynamic scene material mesh is what we would use if we were going to spawn in the mesh itself. But we want to spawn in the thing with all of the animations. So I'm guessing that to do that, we probably just want the scene. I do still feel like there should be a way to access nodes inside of Gltf. But maybe I'm just wrong. That's entirely possible too. So let's turn this back into a scene and start playing with the animations. There we go. Scene, not Gltf scene. I feel like the asset loader stuff is something that needs some solid documentation. Okay, so we've got our little thing spawning. I want to have some animation stuff happening. We have animations, so we should be able to play them. We have an animation player on this already. I wonder if we have an animation graph on it. That's in the irradiance volumes example. Interesting. So play animations, query for animation player without an animation graph handle. That's interesting. I guess we insert the animation graph then. Let's go look at the irradiance example, since that's what that is. Irradiance, is that going to be 3D? Irradiance volumes. Probably better to see if there's an animation example. Animated materials, not what we're looking for. Blend modes is not what we're looking for. Motion blur, parenting, orthographic. I kind of want to do like an isometric perspective. That would be cool. I've been working a lot with isometric perspective in 2D, so for 2D sprites and stuff. And I would love to kind of compare and contrast 2D and 3D approaches to isometric. Transmission. Is this in its own? It's probably in its own directory. Yeah. Here's the animation graph example. That's probably what we want to look at. Morph targets, maybe. Let's take a look at animation graph. Did I try OZZ animation? What is OZZ animation? I have never used OZZ animation. If you're talking about the C++ library, I've never used this before. Oh, that's cool. That's a physics simulation, though. Oh, it's an animation of a baked physics. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. See, animation graph. Why does this store a RON file for the animation graph? This is for UI stuff. No direct horizontal lines. Let's, I guess, run that example because that makes sense. Not Bevy. Examples calculator, CD, Bevy, engine, Bevy. Let's pull so we have the latest. I'm already up to date. Interesting. Oh, because I'm on some random branch. That's what happens when you make PRs. You just get random branches. 2D to 3D ISO comparison sounds cool. Yeah, I would like to, after doing all the depth stuff, make a bit of a comparison for 2D to 3D ISO and kind of talk a little bit about the constraints for 2D and when I would go 3D instead. Animation graph, right? Animation graph. For your response to the modular character video, you edited the GLTF that he used to have multiple scenes, with each with small subsets. Yeah, that was a very cool video. That was very, very cool. I think it would be a little bit easier today with the new animation stuff. But that was a very, very cool video. So this is the animation graph stuff. Basically, we can combine different animations. with different weights. I don't know that this is actually what we want right now. I think we can just do a play, so we don't really need the animation graph per se. That's morph targets. This is orthographic. This is the irradiance volumes. So let's just look at animated fox. Meshes, materials, graphs. Gltf asset label animation 2 from asset. So it looks like we're going to need to pull at least some clips in. The animation for the fox example is also using an animation graph, which is interesting. So it looks like building an animation graph regardless is the way forward. Scene bundle for the fox, that's what they're doing. They're inserting an animation graph when they spawn, so I think we will be able to create our own animation graph when we're spawning. And they're just putting it on the scene, right? Commands, entity, entity, entity is a player, player with, oh, we have to put it on the animation player, which is going to be a node at a, like a child depth of 2. Isn't there a Bevy tweening fox you showed on This Week in Bevy? Yeah, I was just looking at that one. The animation graph. That's this one. This is the animation graph with different animations being blended together. So this is the idle animation. We can pull up the walking animation, which blends them 50-50. So you kind of like get the head movement and a little bit of walking. You get rid of the idle, you get a full walk with none of the idle head movement stuff. So this is going to spawn the scene bundle. So you're making a game for the game jam? Yeah, working towards it, basically. I want to do something 3D, which means that I will spend a little bit more time learning things than I will like producing the actual game, if that makes sense. But I'm using it as an opportunity. And then I'll do something with cycles. I haven't quite decided what I want to do cycles-wise yet. There's a bunch of good ideas. I feel like, honestly, I feel like the washing machine idea where you like have to pick up laundry and do loads of laundry could be fun, depending on how you set up the environment to pick up the laundry. Yeah, cycles is the theme for the jam that got announced. Make sure to start the animation via animation transitions component. The animation transitions component wants to manage all the animations and will be confused if the animations are started directly via the animation player. Okay. Weights. Creates the assets programmatically, including the animation graph, optionally saves them to disk. I feel like this is a really interesting in-depth example, but it's not particularly like usable for just getting something going. Back to the theme, I'm now set on a motorcycle racing game on a racing track looping around a spherical planet. That would be pretty cool. I mean, I'm going to use a bunch of different characters, which like I'm not going to make a game about women doing laundry. That is weird. If I make a game about putting loads of laundry in a washing machine, it's like you're going to be able to choose your character or something. You're updating your modular character to 014 to see if there's an error by just calling the animation player. It looks like you can do just animation player.play, but that will conflict with the animation graph from the comment that I just read in this example. A game with nature's cycle. What do I want to do? I don't know what I'm going to do with cycles yet. I kind of like, I think if I do like a washing machine kind of vibe, like a laundromat, then it's kind of like, what is that cooking game that everybody gets really mad at each other using? Overcooked. Then it's kind of a little bit more like an overcooked game, if that makes sense. Except instead of being in a kitchen, it's like doing laundry or something. I don't know. I don't have the idea fleshed out yet. Where you have to like take in customer laundry requirements, and then like a suit has to be cleaned in a certain way, and then you have to do the cycles, like the washing cycle, the spin cycle, the drying cycle, and you have to kind of like manage a bunch of them as customers are coming in and getting angry at you. I feel like that could be cool. Like, you know, somebody gives you like their suit and it has like their money in it or something, and then you kind of just put it into the laundry machine without having checked it, and then that's an issue because when you give it back to them, all their money's ruined. Like, and then they get angry at you, leave a bad review, you're whatever. Like, if I can figure out how to build that game, that seems pretty cool. Good day, Baron Vullen Scrub. So to do that, to take steps towards that and not just build the entire game at once, right? We have to have our 3D character model in the game. We have to have it controlled. We're going to use Leafwing Input Manager for that. We have to have it doing some animation stuff, probably controlled by speed or something like that. So that's what we're starting with. We're starting with getting the character in, getting the animations running. We're looking into the new animation graph stuff for Bevy 0.14. Actually, I don't know if the animation, I think the animation graph is new, but the animation blending is the feature. And that'll be nice because when we think about the 2D versus 3D kind of barrier and what's fun or what's possible in 3D, that animation blending between like walking and running and stuff like that is one of the benefits of 3D, because it's harder to do that in 2D, right? Like it's not impossible, but it's harder. Whereas you can kind of like programmatically blend between walking and running or running in an animation in 3D. Your first Bevy Jam has begun. Let's go. Just have some fun with it. Yeah, being nervous is fine. Just have some fun with it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Lots of content. Yeah, I don't know how much of that kind of like, I'm kind of leaning towards that washing machine game. I know Alan probably said it as a joke earlier because I know Alan, but but yeah, my goal is to get better at doing Blender stuff, doing 3D stuff, doing 3D animation, 3D assets, 3D whatever. So that's my goal for the jam. My goal is to get better at that stuff. We do have to load these animations in. I know that I wonder if we can access this asset via... Let's find out right now. Because we are going to need at some point... Oh, that was weird. Yabai is really, really, really good. I love it a lot. My problem is this is desktop 12 of regular desktop. So then I have like a whole bunch of full screen stuff on my second monitor. And like, I don't know that I can reasonably expect any window manager to work with, you know, 15, 20, 30 desktops. And that's just the way my brain works. My brain works as it's organized into desktops. So every once in a while, I get a little window flash into the wrong spot because it's now, you know, what is it? I don't know. Let's say 1920 times 20 over to the right. For the fun part, I would highly recommend the Ducati Hypermotard. What's the Ducati Hypermotard? I would totally get a motorcycle, except I don't think I fit on any of them. And I think not fitting on a motorcycle is particularly dangerous. Have I considered getting the Apple Vision Pro? I have considered getting the Apple Vision Pro. I think that for like the price it is, I have other things that I want to spend that money on. So it's just not top of the list, which means I just haven't gotten it. If I had the money to just kind of throw away on a toy gadget to play with, I would totally have one. But there are a whole bunch of other things above that on my list of like fun stuff to play with. So I haven't. Let's start simple. One asset loaded yet. You'll need your laundry stuff. Sorry to interrupt the chats. It's all good. We do have an asset loaded. We have an asset loaded. We're starting with the animation graph stuff. We are doing step by step. I want to play an animation on the asset that we've loaded. And we do have animations on that asset, so we're all good in that respect, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're on like step 2 or 3, depending on how you're counting. Good tech, wrong company for the Vision Pro. I don't know. TBD, I think. I don't think this version of the Vision Pro is the version of the Vision Pro, if that makes sense. I think that if you are into experimental VR stuff, it's all still experimental VR stuff. And just like we had like Google Glass, which was kind of prototypey, and then we have Snapchat glasses, and now there's those like Meta Ray-Ban glasses. Like the tech got better over time. And also, if you remember, like the first iPod was a chonker, you know? And that got extremely better over time. And then there was the iPhone and whatnot. So like, I am fully confident that if they stuck with the Vision Pro and you were talking 5 to 10 years from now, that they would have an amazing thing. Will that happen? I don't know. I don't really follow AR stuff, honestly. I don't really follow. I never owned a, I can't even remember the name of the other ones. That's how little I look into it. Okay, so we need these animations. We're going to add the animations to the animation graph. I am mildly surprised, I feel like, that we don't get an animation graph for free. But I guess when it comes down to it, how you construct the animations into a graph is an artistic choice. So we do get a bunch of clips. We have to get, I think I'm going to load the GLTF instead of the scene, and then we'll pull the scene out of the GLTF. So player assets, whatever. Here's the player asset dot player. Actually, now that I think about it, how do we get the handle to the GLTF if we don't? So maybe we do a bunch of different stuff. We'll do a scene. We'll do the GLTF itself. And then we can kind of just query whatever we want. We'll just call this GLTF. And then here, when we do .player, we'll do .gltf. So now we have the GLTF, and we also have the scene, which means that we can do what we want to do. We expect this to happen. One of the patterns that I've been using, if you've been following the channel for a while, is let OK equals and then else here. And then like a warn, the player GLTF should exist. And then we return. So if something went wrong, we'll get a warning and this won't throw errors. But yeah. Also, I forget always whether these are results or options. This is an option. So then we have the GLTF, and if the GLTF doesn't exist for some reason, we get warned about it instead of having our program crash. There's some work to figure out what this looks like in the future. There's been some discussion about like returning errors from systems and things like that and how that would work and what that would mean. But until then, we're just going to use let else. So we have the GLTF, and then we get what? Animations. I guess we'll do named animations. And I want to collect this into a vec just for debugging purposes for the moment. And we're just going to dump out the list of potential animations. Sorry for going off subject. No, you're good. AR is fine. I think if Bevy stuff comes up, if people have Bevy questions, I'll prioritize Bevy questions, but feel free to, you know, chat. That's what the stream is for. So we've got our little character here. We've got a directional light on them, so not too much going on yet. We don't have collisions. We're going to use avian 3D when we get around to collisions. Here's our list of all of the animations that we actually have. One of the reasons that I'm using a pack right now instead of doing this manually is just to get the technology up and running before I do the artwork. I guess animation names as a vec of string slices equals vec. Just so that we kind of, I guess not a vec, right? Array of some specific number because it's const. My favorite trick is to put the wrong value in and let the rest compiler tell me how many should be here, so that I don't have to count. So 8 is wrong. We knew 8 was wrong, but the Rust compiler knows it's 32. So I can just put 32 here instead. I like just having this list. We aren't necessarily even going to use this list of names, but just having it in the file is nice. We probably want... There's a sit. There's wheelchairs in this animation pack, or this character pack, which is really cool. I think if I can get around to integrating that, that would be very fun. And that would be one of the reasons that I keep using this pack instead of probably doing my own art. And it's got special wheelchair animations, which is also very, very cool. So we've got walk is what we're going to start with. I don't think maybe there's idle. Let's start with idle. idle walk sprint. Idle walk sprint. This is why I love Rust. The compiler is like a coworker. Yes, absolutely. That's one of the reasons that like I know a lot of people view the compiler as like you're trying to get past the compiler, or you're trying to like fight the compiler or something like that. I don't really view it that way. But you know, however you wanna talk about it is, you know. Bevy question: is there a way to implement distance imposters or low poly assets dynamically without the need to apply different assets? I think there's level of detail stuff. Hierarchical level of detail was added, I think, in 0.14. I don't think there's no billboarding yet, I don't think. I think you would have to use a third-party crate for billboarding. I believe there is a billboard third-party crate. I have not touched this crate at all. I don't even know if it's updated. It looks like it is updated to 0.14. So depending on what you're trying to do, there's that. There's visibility ranges. If you want to get really, really, really fancy, you can look at the experimental meshlet stuff, but I wouldn't do that unless you're really feeling like spicy for the jam, you know? You wish Blender didn't take a lot of time to learn. I mean, everything takes time, you know? Okay, so what do we actually need to do? We need to have the animation graph. So we'll need the animation graphs resource when we're spawning here. I don't know if that is all we'll need, because I believe we need to add it to the right child. And I think the loading of the RON file in the example for the animation graph is custom. Let's check that to see if it's reflected, because if it's reflected, then that's really interesting. But I think it is setup assets via serialized setup assets via serialized. Yeah, this is. Oh, actually, asset server load animation graph path. Can this just be loaded? What does this file look like? Can we just write this file and load it in? That would be very, very cool. So graph nodes, clip, weight, node holes, edge property, directed, edges. So it's a representation of the animations. It's a little bit hard to visualize this, which is fine. Here are the edges. So edges from 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4. So our base to a blend and our base to 0, 1, 2 to the animation for 0, whatever 0 ends up being there. I think that's the run animation. And then 1 to 3, so it's the blend to 3, and then the blend to idle. So this is cool. We could just write this and import it and see if it works. I think I want to do that. I do want to figure out how to programmatically do it, but I think it would be very cool if we could just load this in too. So let's do animation graph. And let's do player.anim graph.ron. I don't anim graph.ron. And then the example pulls this in via asset server.load with example animation graph. What is example animation graph? That is a handle to an animation graph. So I'm feeling pretty good about this working with Bevy Asset Loader at the moment. I don't know if it will, just to be clear. So my question is, does our application even run at that point? I assume that we will see a loading issue if it succeeds. So it looks like we did see a loading issue. That is actually really good for us. So this asset path then is going to be our... I think it's unfortunate that these are all hard-coded asset paths. So I wonder if doing it programmatically would change that for us. But let's look at the location that we have for our asset. This is going to be this. And then we go back into our RON file. And I'm going to swap these all out. That's not the button I wanted to click. Yeah, it's unfortunate that these are hard-coded, but copy and pasting them for a couple of different characters wouldn't be that bad either. This is animation 0. I don't know if we can do animations by name, so we're going to leave it like this for the moment. Let's see. Blender is a bit like Rust. Getting started with just the basics is pretty quick. Learning it all probably takes a lifetime. Yeah, I think that's true for any domain, honestly. I think you can spend a lifetime doing pretty much any domain. And you will always get better and better and better in that domain. You're working on quad modeling, texture painting, and rigging. Character rigging takes the most time. There's like auto rig and stuff like that, which may be useful for you. But yeah. If you're doing a basic rig, then rigging can be simple. If you're doing a non-human, whatever with a bunch of other things in it rig, it can be super complicated. Even just the human rigs can be super complicated depending on what you want them to do. So what do we have here? We have what should be the idle animation, right? As animation 2. I really, really, really want to refer to these by name. They do have names as far as I'm aware. Idle. I wish there was an example of using the animation name to load it. After looking into this, even just a little bit, I think that doing a video on the Gltf stuff for Bevy and the loading names and stuff like that is going to be super useful at some point. Irradiance, animated fox. Where is the... Here's the loader. Animation. Animation. Missing sampler. Animation. Scene nodes. Paths recursive. Animation. Yada, yada, yada. Animation clips. Animation roots. Animation roots. What is animation roots? It's in the animation player. Okay, that's not what we want. So animation, interpolation, missing animation sampler, rotation scales, insert, curve to target, Gltf asset, label, animation, animation index. This is the only labeled asset though. If some animation name, so if there's a name, named animations insert. So the only way we get them by name is by doing it through programmatically, unfortunately. That is not great for our, it's not great for our RON file. But we can always swap back to doing it. So this will be 31. And then walking was 18. And then running was the top one. So where is running? Sprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4. So this will be 4. So those should all load in now. They'll be organized in that, you know, Fox way that we saw before, but they'll be loaded and we don't get any errors. Which brings us to actually playing them and inserting them. So we go back to our animation graph example. We have our animation graph. We don't need to store the handle in any resource or anything like that. So we effectively already have our animation graph. So what do we do with it at that point? We have to insert it on this is a big file. It's a 600 line example. Animation graph. Init animations. Insert animation graph on example animation weights. So we'll need this. And this. Why does it give me the option to cut when there's no... Okay, for entity player, player is animation player. So let me grab this. Let's see where init animations is in their scheduling. Before animate targets, in the update system? In the update system? That feels weird, right? Oh, it checks for done. Okay. All right. That makes more sense. So we're just going to snag that from them. This is not going to be res animation whatevers. That's going to be this, player assets. We called it animation graph, which is great. Animation graph is not going to have .0. Example animation weights .default. I'm not sure we actually need. We'll look at that. What UI lib will I be using? I am probably going to use regular Bevy UI or an experimental crate that I have access to that I will not talk about because I haven't asked if I can talk about it. I think that a lot of people are suggesting Sickle UI, like WTF is going on to saying. Sickle UI being a potentially like Bevy UI++ kind of situation. I know that the people who did the template, the Bevy Game Jam template, are fans of Sickle UI and feel like it's the direction that Bevy UI is going to go in. So if you ask the Bevy Game Jam template people, they will also point you to Sickle UI. That's probably where I would look right now, since it seems to be the going suggestion. But I'm probably not going to use it myself, this jam anyway. Inverse kinematic versus forward kinematics. We haven't gotten to inverse kinematics yet. I don't know that we'll even do that for the jam. I don't think we'll need to. Feels like learning CSS. Yeah, it's like any like full domain, you know, like CSS is a full domain. You know, even animation inside of Blender. Like if you say Blender is hard to learn, right? What you're really saying is everything inside of Blender is hard to learn. So like there's modeling and rigging and animation and texturing and, you know, UV unwrapping and shader materials and geometry nodes. And there's like entire jobs in one tab of Blender. Okay, so init animations, and then what was the other one? Play, init animations, animate targets, animate targets, animate targets, animate targets. Bevy animation animate targets. Do we have to insert that? A system that modifies animation targets according to the currently playing animation. I guess this is like, yeah, okay. I guess we have to do this. Interesting. I guess this will work for everything then, right? So we have to do this, but it'll just work, is my understanding here. So game scene plugin, let's just add systems like that. So that'll just work, I guess. Oh, it is added by default plugins. Why is it re-added in that example then? Okay. Anyway, let's remove it for the moment then before we let's not add it before we need it or know we need it. Here we go. And then init animations is going to happen once. So we can run this on enter for the state. Spawn player, init animations. We'll make this a tuple and we'll chain it just for convenience. Go back down for node index and clip node indices. I have to figure out what that is inside of this context. The indices of the nodes containing the animation clips in the graph. Okay, that's fine. This is just pointing out the nodes in the RON file, effectively. I'll just stick that right there because it's related to this. And then we don't care about done because we're running this once in startup, or not startup, but on enter. So we don't have to manually track progress. I think the animation weights is the only other thing that we have to pull in here. And we might not even have to pull it in because that's only for the animation weight drag. So sync weights is what uses that. That's the animation player, and it will zip the weights with the weights, potentially restart the animation, set the weight for the animation. So we will be able to do this, I guess, this sync weights thing on our own. And this is effectively playing that series of weights for those indices. So we're playing a bunch of animations at one time, potentially. I think that do I want to use this code? I suppose we can. It's not super important, I don't think. I think we'll end up not using this in the end. But this is on update, sync weights. That's fine. We can do that. So let's get rid of that for the moment because we don't know that we actually need it. We'll update. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sync weights. Sync weights needs to exist. And then we also need that example animation weights for the moment. And I think that this is being inserted by default. So we'll just stick this right here because we're not really going to use it anywhere else. And we'll go back up and uncomment this so that that runs. And really why I'm doing this is because there's a default implementation here that I would like to specify as default that we can go back and change. And I'm going to leave this named as example animation weights so that I know that I got it from that example. So 111 is not really what I want to start with. But let's see if the application runs at the moment. So the animation runs, or not the animation, the application runs. We haven't added the animation graph to the relevant node. So we do need to do that. The animation graph is somewhere. Insert resource, insert. Create the nodes. We already have this. Animation graphs.add. It'll already be in there for us. I think by loading it, it already puts it in there for us. And then we need to add the animation graph to the player component, right? So init animations should be adding that graph for us. So is it adding that graph for us? Let's find out. Would I share the code on GitHub? Yes, my code will be up on GitHub. Is Bevy as mature as Godot or similar engines? No, it is about 4 years old compared to the 10 years, I believe, of Godot, the 20 and 30 years of Unity and Unreal Engine, respectively, if I remember that ordering correctly. I would say that Bevy is great if you are interested in Rust and or getting into some of the internals of an engine or, you know, what Bevy can do today. I think Bevy is a really exciting engine for the future, but it doesn't have, you know, like a GUI editor or anything like that. So if you are not a programmer, you're probably going to have a harder time with it. That said, the focus of the Bevy team is that artists are important and artist first workflows should be supported. So there is work going into that kind of thing. There's a whole asset loader system that will work for things like blend files and things like that. I don't think the repo that I'm thinking of right now got a release yet. Yeah, I don't think that the one that I'm thinking of got a release. Unless it's in crates. It is not. Ooh, Bevy ECS LDTK got a release though. Very excited about that. But yeah, basically not as mature as Godot, not as mature as Unity. Unreal, C++, Bevy, Rust. Yep. There's also blueprints in Unreal, I believe. Yeah, cool. We are caught up on comments. So question, did this run, did I do all of the stuff correctly? I think that that system didn't run. Init animations, commands, entity, animation player, res, player assets. I don't think that this is getting as far as we need it to. My guess is that because the query is not finding what we need to find. So the system is running, right? But the animation player isn't being found. The question is, why isn't the animation player being found? Because it will be spawned when we spawn in the player. And that's because spawn player happens I believe this should be automatically synced, but we'll throw in an apply deferred here. I think this should have been inserted automatically, but if for some reason it was not, that could be the issue. So do we not have any animation players in the scene right now? There's an issue with Bevy ECS or Bevy Inspector eGUI that's giving me this little warning. I guess that might be picking, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so player scene, right? Child, animation player right here, right? Animation player. So animation player and entity, we should have one. The graph bar doesn't look used. I think the graph is used. Huh. Observer trigger with on add. That's not bad. Not a bad idea, honestly. Let's do that. I like that idea. Let's start using more observers. Observe, and then let's just make this animation. And then we'll get rid of it in the chain here. And I'll leave the chain for kicks. And init animations will become an observer. This will be trigger, on add, animation player. Let's just debug trigger.event then. Well, actually, trigger.event doesn't have anything. I always forget that about on add. So trigger.entity. We'll have our entity. If this becomes true, then this will try to run. I really love that observers are basically just systems. It makes that kind of refactor there so easy. It looks like we are not even getting this to run. So I'm confused by that because animation player should be added. We're spawning the scene with the player. The player and a whole bunch of hierarchy needs to spawn in. We're observing, I guess we're observing on the entity. I don't need to observe on the entity. Let's observe in the app. Oh, wow. So observer is definitely where it's at. Welcome to our I think we're 50% idle, 50% no. So we'll be 25% idle, 25% walking, and 50% running is the animation that we're seeing. 9 days and 22 hours left should be the right number. The Bevy Jam has 8 hours, 23 or 8 days, 23 hours, 33 minutes. The Kenney game jam, which is the other one that I was participating in or playing at participating in, I guess, is done in 22. I started doing the Kenney game jam yesterday, and then I got access to some experimental code for a new crate, and I decided to spend my time playing with the new crate instead of building a game. So that's what I did. But the Bevy game jam is all week. Bevy game jam has 9 days left. And I'm building this targeting the Bevy game jam now, not the Kenney game jam. Because I don't believe that I will have something for the Kenney game jam. Cool. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Bevy Game Jam started announcement while we were on stream, so I missed that. Cool. And I think we're good. So our little character is not doing too hot. See, resources, not resources, components. Player, entity. Why is my scroll wheel not working? Character, animation target, animation graph, example animation weights. I didn't register it, so it doesn't show up in the inspector. So let's register it. It is good practice to register things like this. Register type, example animation weights. I don't think I implemented reflect on this. That's probably the issue. Is the character mixing tweening? Sure, yeah. Yeah, I didn't implement reflect on this, so we can't add it. Let's do reflect. I think that's all we need. I don't know that for sure. Obviously, this method of blending animations is not not the one we would prefer to have. So let's change this to 0 and this to 0. That doesn't look right either. Let's see one of the other ones. Maybe let's not show that one. One. These are the wrong IDs. This is very clearly the wheelchair forward animation. So we're combining the wrong IDs. So what did I do wrong is the question. We've got 4, 18, and 31. 31 apparently is not the one that I thought it was. So game scene. Let's take a look at our list here. I thought 31 was going to be this one. I think it's the... I don't know which one it is. I guess keys is a hash map, right? So it didn't come out in order. That's the issue. Named animations is a hash map, and hash maps are not guaranteed to be in order. RIP. So let's go look at our Gltf file and figure out which animations actually need to be specified. So idle is 1, which is, I think, what we had, right? And the modular character code, I didn't need to do anything with weights. If you're not going to do blending, then you don't need that. I do want to do blending at some point. Oh, yeah. Your comment above had a link, and thus I can't even see it. YouTube deleted it, so it's not even in the moderator view. I say ship. It's within the theme. Cycling animation. Ship it. We're done. Go home. We've successfully addressed the. Let's see. Can I? I don't think I can selectively add permissions like that, unfortunately. Oh yeah, share the link in Discord. That's the other thing that I should have done, that I didn't do, that we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Add name, Discord link, command, Discord, YouTube message, okay, actions, add, Discord, okay. What is the other thing? Command triggered, core, command triggered, command Discord, okay. Sub actions, core, YouTube, send message to channel. I don't have a bot, so I'm going to do it my own. I'm going to grab the invite link. Why can't I find the invite link? I can't find the invite link in my own server. I'm such a good Discord runner. Max number of uses, generate, copy, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so that should work. If you do bang Discord, if I've set this up correctly, it should show a link. That is the Discord. If you want to send links, you have to do it in Discord, I guess. Unless you're me. This commit, huh? Okay, this commit. Yeah, I don't think we need blending necessarily. I like the idea of blending. I like the idea of speeding up from walking to running. So you're just running the animation player, right? Yeah. Animation transitions, actually. Players. But the blending isn't the issue. The issue is that we have the wrong IDs. So animation 1 is idle. It's really unfortunate that I have to do this by index. I don't know a better way to find I guess the Gltf array. So instead of debugging this out, we could debug animations out, right? And then this is just a handle to an animation clip. So if we do clips here, then we can map over this. And then we run that, and that should give us the order. So idle should be the number 1. Where is the name on this, though? Animation target ID. We switched to using UUIDs in version 0.14. This unfortunately does not have the names. That's really unfortunate. Animation clip, curves, target, keyframes. I guess we do the what? What do we do? Because the handle doesn't have the names. The clips don't have the names. The hash has the names. Right? Named animations has the names. Let's look at the docs for a second. Why did that open? That opened a window in one Chrome instance and removed one in the other. Okay, so animation clip, or let's do GLTF. GLTF named animations will be a hash map, right, of string to handle. So if we were going to do it programmatically, we could do it by name. Because I'm doing it with the RON file, we have to do it in order. Unfortunately, there's no easy way to discover the order, it looks like. That's not true. If I do the named animations, I can do a reverse lookup. So player.animations.iter map clip handle player.named animations.iter.find named key value equals clip handle. Unwrap because it should find them all. And then I have a, like a shared reference comparison issue here. And this, haha, will give us the indexes, right? So let's do find, and then I'll map it because I am not going to do the whole spiel. I'm just going to do this. So we should get the key. So this is the order that we wanted. This is the order I wanted here. So idle, walk, and sprint are 1, 2, and 3, which would have been a lot easier. So player, animation, run. This is supposed to be run. So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 3, 2, 1. So this is now idle, walk, in, run. And now we get what we wanted. It's so happy. So bouncy. And now when we go to the animation weights, I should be able to take away the idle and take away the walk, and we get a full run. And if I take away the run, it freezes. And if I go to walk, it walks. If I go to idle, it just hangs out. So we're good. We've got animations. It was an adventure, but we have animations. You still need a ROM file. Those weights are for blending. The ROM file is a thing that I chose to do, not a thing that I have to do, just to be clear. I could have done all of this programmatically. It's shown in the animation graph example, in the Bevy examples in the Git repo. So you could do this all programmatically. It would be totally fine. I saw the ROM file, and I thought that it would be cool to get that to work. I think that this is cool to me. I like this idea because what this means is that you can do like a whole separate editor, like a node graph editor, and then write this file out and then import the file. And I really like that idea because it means that the same way we were going over at the beginning of the stream where you have, extra bins and examples, you could put something like Quill or an eGUI node editor or something in there, pull in the Gltf file via the loader, have the node graph in there and just visually connect everything. And if I use the ROM file, then I can write the ROM file out and then use that in the game. And then use my little, like debug utility to modify it. And that is really attractive to me from the same thing we were talking about earlier, where like asset-driven workflows, this is an asset. Any kind of like JSON, ROM file, whatever, are all assets. And then if you can create this asset using specialized software, then it's easier to do the thing, and you still get to use it in your game. So that's why the ROM file is exciting to me. You do not have to use the ROM file. Cool. I guess we do some like player controls then, right? I don't think I want the blending here. I actually don't know if I want the blending here. Let's take a look at the blending. So in this case, we are just idling. If we kind of idle and walk at the same time, we get this like bouncy walk, right? I think that I might get rid of that blend. And we'll reintroduce blending later when I want to actually introduce blending. I think that our next step is to just play the walking animation or the idling animation, depending on whether we have user control or not. So let's get rid of the blend, which unfortunately does mean that our indexes change. So instead of 0, 1, 0, 2, it's going to be 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. And we're just going to get rid of the fourth. And this should still work. The example animation weights. So we've got a full run. We've got, I can't use my controls. Curious as to why that stopped. My indexes are wrong. That's what it is. 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, right? 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Right? 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. Why is the second one the idle? Did I mess something up? The weights only have 3 of them. They're all at 1 to start with. That's not actually the right default anyway. Sync weights looks through those indices, zips them up, and applies them. An anim graph, edge property directed, edges 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, root 0. That all makes sense. Did I mess something up? Laundry strategy, Graham, running to different machines, try to keep up. Yeah, basically Overcooked, but for laundry is the TLDR there. I've never played Overcooked, by the way. I feel like it's important to mention. I don't know anything about Overcooked other than people get really antsy about it. So we've got an issue here. Where this third index no longer relates to the idle animation. I think that's because we removed this extra node, and there's an assumption somewhere that we have that node, and I wasn't paying attention to where that assumption is coded. But it's got to be something that uses example animation weights. Sync weights is the only thing that does. Animation player, animation weights, node index, animation weight, clip node indices, zip with weights. If I put them all at the root, I think I misunderstood what this was doing. This is the animation node index, right? And this is the animation weight. And we have the weights that were 0, 1, 2, which corresponded to our indexes. And with the RON file coming in, we should have 3 indices, right? This will restart an animation if it's not actively playing. This will do nothing at the root. Zero, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. Let's do a log on the animation weights. And clip node indices. And we have an example animation weights cannot be debugged, which we are going to add because we can. Debug here. Run that. Miner says, the worst part about Bevy is animation. I'm sure Indie Devcast here will share some thoughts. I don't think Indie Devcast is in the comments. I think they've switched to Godot. I also don't think did they know Rust before they started their game? It seemed like they spent a lot of time doing voxel work and not so much time like learning how to do things in Bevy, if that makes sense. Didn't the example say that you should play on the animation transition instead of animation player? No, I think it said the animation player. We'll check though. We'll absolutely check. Oh, there's our issue. Clip node indices 2, 3, 4. Because this is now 1, 2, 3. I am, for whatever reason, hard coding that value. And now we're good. I just had a hard-coded value that I did not update. So 0, 0. And this is the idle. The legs are in a weird position. I guess that's because the animation doesn't move the legs. So I feel like that's awkward. But I don't know what to do about it, so I'm not going to do anything about it. This is walking. And then running. Oh, why am I running that at 10? 1. So this is running. Running is really intense. That's hilarious. And then walking is also pretty intense. Am I going to live stream every day until Bevy Jam submission? Probably not. I think my option will be I'll make videos instead of streaming during the week. Okay, so I want to default to idle when it starts. Right? I want to default to this. So let's change our... Let's also take this and put it somewhere next to the example weights default. Because when I'm looking at the weights, I want to also notice the clip node indices. This is not going to be... This is going to be 0, 0, 1 by default. So now starting our game up should launch us into the thing with just an idle animation, which is great. That's what we want. I'll get rid of some of these infos. Cool. Cool. So we need to do player control. Player control, and do we want to do a custom? I think I want to do a custom player controller. I'm thinking about how this is going to interact with Avian. I think Bevy Jam got support. Oh, that's not what I want. Bevy Jam got support for Avian almost immediately. So I think it would make sense to use it. Because it already supports a bunch of stuff. And it's a bunch of stuff that we would love to have. Like Coyote Time. I don't really want to spend time coding Coyote Time if I don't have to. And it's already got like a jump buffer and things like that, which are awesome quality of life stuff that doesn't really make for fun times. It has animation helpers as well. That's interesting. So let's pull in Bevy Jam. This is third party or third person, right? Bevy Jam Avian 3D is what we would use. Know that both the integration crate and the main crate are required, and that the main plugin from both crates should be added. If you use F64s, I don't know why would we. I don't know what the F64 benefit would be, so I'm probably not going to use it. This is a 3D shooter. We probably want to look at the 3D platformer example to see what they're doing. You can jump for a few seconds after. Yes, that is what Coyote Time is. So there's a number of interesting platforming behaviors that have become commonplace effectively. Coyote Time is one of them. I am going to blank on the others. Let's see. Game makers, toolkits, controller. See if that gets us to the run video essay. So there's a video that exists. Let's not play the music. This is, oh, I don't want to play. Just get me in. I don't want to watch this. I just want to show it off. Hit the continue button when you're ready. Cool. I would if skip. No, skip. I don't want the video essay. Skip current line. Jump, open, close. Okay. So there's like a 2D controller here, right? And if you bring this down, there's acceleration, deceleration, please don't lock everything behind a freaking wall. I want to show off your thing. Okay, I guess we're not showing this off because I can't actually get to the thing. That's so weird. And in any case, there's a bunch of different like controlling things. One of them is coyote time. There's also a jump buffer. So for example, if you are about to land on the ground and you press a button right before you land, you should still jump, because it's fun to be able to press a button not at pixel perfect, frame perfect timing and be able to jump. So there's a number of different things that are like, when you first start out, probably what you do for a jump is you just do a parabola, you know? You just do like a force up and it launches you and then you land. But in actual games that are fun to play, things like after you leave a platform for like 200 milliseconds, you can still jump even if you aren't actually touching the ground. That's coyote time. And there's a couple of these different kinds of things. I was really frustrating that didn't work. And that there was no way to skip like the 30-minute video intro. I guess this is the demo and not the code. I wanted the code. Okay, so there is no camera control associated with this, which is dope. So we can do whatever we want, really. Floating, moving platforms, very cool. So we can have like a conveyor belt or something. This is very hard to control from this camera view. So I think we're just going to go with this instead of building our own. I wish this was a link to the source code and not the demo. Demos. Examples? My patience has worn thin after that other demo didn't work. So I guess we'll just start with this. Avian Parry, F64, whatever. Physics plugins. We need Avian 3D. We need Tenua controller. We need Bevy Tenua, Avian 3D, Avian 3D. So let's cargo add Bevy Tenua, Avian 3D, and Avian 3D. Later. Thanks for hanging out for the stream. Catch you around. Okay, so we've got Tenua. We need to add the plugins. So that's going to be like these three things are going to come in. And then we need to add these three plugins. We don't have like a level or anything, so I'm expecting our player to kind of drop through the floor, but we'll add a floor. Let's add plugins. And setup, and then this one looks important. Apply controls. Apply controls here is using Bevy's controls. I think we are going to use Leafwing. but we'll stick with their demo for the moment. Just to get something working, and then we'll swap it out for Leafwing. I say swap it out for Leafwing because I want to be able to do other things in addition to whatever this apply controls is. So TBD. That looks like if we run it now, it won't be connected to our player. So let's look at their spawn. Let's see what components we need to add. Normal Bevy avian stuff. This is, let's spawn a half space for the ground. Half space being like effectively an infinite plane. This is some random platform. I guess we can also spawn this for kicks. So let's just take this and copy it. This is all stuff that we're going to modify in the future anyway. I don't want to use CSS gray. Let's use Slate 200, which comes from Tailwind. And then PBR bundle, yada yada, capsule. We need a like capsule based collider for our little buddy here. So we do need the rigid body. We need the Tenua stuff. We want to lock rotation axes. This also all makes sense. And then we have our scene. And I think we need to just add this stuff onto the scene in the way that we currently have it set up. So if we cargo run now, theoretically, if we've done everything correctly, even though I didn't really check much, we should have a capsule collider for the scene. So we'll want to turn on the Avian 3D physics debug collider stuff to see where things are. We will have a floor that we should be colliding with, although the capsule may not be lined up with our character body. And we should have a platform somewhere in the scene as well. I think that the camera is very likely to be in the wrong spot. But all of that is fixable, and this is just getting started. Oh, there goes our player. That was it. There is now gravity. So player, let's check the transform on the player and see if it's still falling. It is still falling. So I think our half space didn't spawn because I didn't set up that system correctly. I think spawn player is ours and spawn level or something like that was the other one, right? Maybe setup was what they called it? Yeah, setup level. This setup level is not going to be what we use long term. It's just to make sure that we have the Tenua stuff set up before we start doing our own thing. Is this your first 3D game? Not really, but you could call it that. I think that the animation stuff is not something I'm used to. Especially when it comes to our player is not spawning in the right spot. It was already below the floor when it spawned. I've done some other stuff in the past. I've played around with Unity and whatnot. I have not done that much 3D stuff with Bevy. So I am definitely not a 3D authoritative source for Bevy stuff right now. Which is why we're doing 3D, to get better. The player for us is not spawning in the right spot. Because let's get rid of this little debug thing here. Because the player needs to be Where is the transform on our player? It's in the scene, I guess. So scene bundle will have the transform probably. So let's do transform from XYZ. And let's do something like, I guess 0, 10, 0. So spawn it in the center, but spawn it above the half space, hopefully. That looks incorrect as well. Oh no, there it is. So it's somewhere. It's just not where our camera's looking. Where's our camera? Camera's here. Camera, transform. There it is. There's our little character. We've got a little character with a bunch of stuff. See, all of the colliders are in the wrong spot, which is interesting. I kind of expected the colliders to be in the wrong spot for whatchamacallit. I expected the colliders to be in the wrong spot for the player. I didn't expect the colliders to be in the wrong spot for the cube. That is something I wasn't expecting. I think that the thing we do next is turn on the physics debug stuff to see where the colliders are, which should be the physics debug plugin. Which will give us a little bit of a better insight. I think that we can put the collider onto the node. Let's move the camera too. Camera 7.7. So we can kind of very clearly see here that our player is encapsulated by the capsule. So the collider for this block, this little like thing here, is actually correct. I think our sizes are maybe a little bit off in general, but you can see how the collider for this half space is set up right in the middle of the half space. The collider for the platform over here is set up to match the, cuboid or whatever we're doing. And the capsule we have here is the thing that is incorrect. So I wonder if we can get the capsule specifically. Player scene. And obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff in here now. A whole bunch of collider stuff, whole bunch of like velocity, rigid body, sleeping components, etc., etc. The physics stuff is comprehensive, is the way that I would put it. So we've got what? Collider. Oh, collider's not registered. Whoops. Marker, density, collider A, B, B. I think that we just need to restart to do it. So let's look at our capsule inside of our game scene. This is 0.5 in 1.0. Which makes me feel a little bit weird about the scene. I feel like going for smaller numbers here is not really gonna be what we want. Tenua Avian 3D sensor shape. Collider cylinder. 49.0. This looks like a ground collider. a ground sensor, like if you're attached. Bundle holds the main components, collider capsule. I think that for our scene, we probably just want to scale the scene. With scale, this is going to be a vec3. Let's splat with 3. Scale it up by 3. So our character starts to get bigger. I guess the capsule scales up with it too, if we do the scale like that. So that's not really what I want to do. 3.14159. Scale it by pi. So we have the scene bundle. I feel weird about this being a scene bundle, but I guess it's what it is. The capsule is 0.5 by 1. There's no scale on the scene, right? Animations, buffers, meshes, joints, weights, normal, position, nodes, translation. Looks like a bunch of translations. I don't think there's any scaling there. Scaling is weird in my experience. Nodes, translations, samplers, skins, textures. So I don't see any translations, so I think we're good. Or not translations, scaling. So I think we're good there. The question in my mind is, what is the better thing to do? Is it to scale the capsule down? That feels wrong because it feels like those numbers are going to get too small. Right, because if I do like over 5, right? So 0.2 and 0.1 or something like that. I feel like I want 1 to be the height of the player. Also, the distance to which this is over the ground is very, very, very high. And I'm not sure why that is. That feels like so this is a floating character controller is one of the interesting things about it. And the floating part of floating character controller means that it's not actually on the ground, which is important for things like going up stair sets and things like that. But the scaling that we're using here is not quite the scaling that I want. And the capsule is at the base of the character. So I feel like this needs to be rigid body dynamic. The collider capsule needs to be on a child probably. I don't know what the Tenua controller does if you don't have the collider on the rigid body. So that'll take a little bit of reading for me. The float height here is being set. The float height must be greater than the distance between the character's center and the lowest point of its collider. So half the height of our character plus a little bit. So in my mind, I kind of want to transform scale up the node for the player. So we've got that observer that's running that emits animations, right? The animation player is also where our character is going to be. So if I sneak something in here like mute transform, which is not really where I should be putting this, but that's fine. Mute transform. This will be transform dot scale equals vec3 splat 3. And then the character should scale up, but the collider and stuff should not. So that's a good start, right? Or it's a good direction. I think that fits better with the behavior here. The capsule feels like it changed in size, which is really weird. And we need the collider to be anchored at the bottom. So I think hooking this up to the character is going to be what I'm going to spend some time on, which means that I need to read some of the Bevy to Nua stuff, which I think I will do off stream. I feel like I'm reasonably happy with where we are. We have a controller. We have the animations playing. We have the animations blending. We have the player spawning in. I think that I am very unfamiliar with this controller, and I'm not sure how it wants us to do things. So I do need to do a little bit of documentation reading. There's some slopes and stuff, some height, float, offset. Displacement. I think the only way to place the collider is to set it as a child, actually. But I don't know what kind of systems inside of Bevy to Nua rely on that collider being there or not. So for example, we could do, instead of having this here, we could put it in here. Or that's the wrong thing. I meant to scroll. Sync weights, init animations. We've got the entity, we've got the scale. So we can do commands dot entity, entity dot insert like we're about to do for the other thing. This collider. Or this is also gonna put it in the wrong spot. I'll just confirm that by running the application. And I think that there was an issue. Yeah, there's some issue here with it like bouncing. And this is kind of what I was afraid of is the wrong word. But it almost seems like it needs to be the controller is not what I want. Where is my child? There we go. Child. Yada, yada, yada. Child. Collider. Transform. Okay, so that's good. So it's not the transform on that that's doing or having issues. Player scene, transform. Like it's just skyrocketing right now. Hopping on my phone for this suggestion. Garoga-like game where the first and last screen of this game. I don't know what Garoga is. What editor is this? This is Bevy Inspector eGUI running inside of a Bevy engine game. So there really isn't an editor. It's all code-based. But this is my concern here. Moving the collider off of the root has weird alternative impact on what happens. So we could do this as well, right? Collider here, and then spawn, let's say like with children. Builder is what I'll call this. Builder.spawn collider, right? So this collider will be a child of the scene instead, but it's still doing this bouncing thing. Whereas when we have the collider on the rigid body, oh, what? It's a dynamic rigid body. That's why it's bouncing. Why is it a dynamic rigid body? I think it controls the collider with the dynamic in a certain way, and I'm not sure what the answer is there, so I'm gonna need to look that up. Again, I've never used Bevy Chinua before. And I don't know why their example had a dynamic body on it. Dynamic feels weird. I would have expected it to be kinematic. Yeah, a Chinua controlled character must have a dynamic rigid body. Everything from Chinua Physics Backend IO bundle and everything from controller bundle. Cool. Typically, though, I'd also include a collider. Yeah. Chinua by default casts a single ray to the ground. This can be a problem when the character stands on a ledge. We aren't doing ledge stuff yet. Chinua will apply forces to keep the character upright, but it is also possible to lock rotation so there will be no tilting at all. That's what we did. We locked the axes. Character controller stuff, desired velocity. So we're not going to be interfacing, it looks like, with Avian. We're going to be interfacing with the controller. What are my thoughts on Odin? I don't have any thoughts on Odin. Not because I don't like Odin or anything, just because I don't use Odin, so I don't have any thoughts. You know? Is there a docs directory here that I missed? Supports, yada yada, demos, max slope, desired velocity, running demos. Check out the demo entry points, cool. Character control systems, cool. Character animation systems. Maybe we can do the animation, since we already have the animations. Animate platformer character. Animations handler is what? Maybe a Bevy Jam? No, this is internal to the crate utility thing. Animating. Player, entity, animations, hash map, animation patcher system, animation graph. That's what we have. Named animations. This is inserting an animation handler with the animation graph assets and the animation graph and whatnot. We already have the animation graph, so we don't need to worry about that. Determine the animating status of the character on each frame and feed it to update by discriminant. That's one hell of a function name. Which will decide whether or not we need to switch the animation. We use the name because it's faster than trying to cast into each action type. We still have to cast into the action type later though. So controller action name. For built-in actions, prefer using the name. So jump name. Match jump state. So this is very cool. This is the kind of stuff that I really want to have. Like the transitionary animation initiation stuff. So no jump, starting jump, slow down, too fast, slope jump, maintaining jump, like all of that stuff is very cool. Crouching, we have crouching. Dashing, there's a dash? I didn't even see that. If there's no action going on, we'll base the animation on the state of the basis. What a name. What is the basis? Tenua built-in walk. Maintain means that's the same animation state from the previous, so maintain whatever was happening. Yeah, this is just going to be a lot of reading the documentation and then figuring it out. This is a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be for the Tenua stuff. And also a lot of things that are like named awkward, super generic names. So this is animating state directive alter. Alter means that the character animation has changed. Thus we need to start a new animation. The actual implementation for each possible animation state is straightforward. Start the animation, set its speed if the state has a variable speed, set it to repeat if it's something it needs to repeat. Standing, running, jumping, falling, crouching, crawling, dashing. So it sets all of them there, and then also matches on them to a custom. Animation state is a custom thing that's right here. So the custom enum matches to the animations that are in their animation graph and then sets them. Yeah, this part that you're looking at right now is not the ECS. Like this, all of this animation stuff here is really nothing to do with the ECS. The ECS stuff is actually significantly simpler, right? The ECS stuff is like, I have a system. There's going to be some component that's added to some entity. I'm going to query some data. I'm going to iterate over that data when the component is added, and I'm going to do something to it when the component is added. Like this is ECS stuff. This like giant Tenua function with all these animations and stuff, none of this is ECS related. This is just, I guess, how they decided to set all this stuff up. We've got to call the update by discriminant name. We've got a concrete action and a basis and stuff like that. But none of that is ECS related. And I'm sure they have reasons for setting up their API like that. The ECS stuff in Bevy is actually some of my favorite stuff, honestly. The idea that I don't have to have one monolithic game loop, that I can set, okay, when the frame updates, I'm going to sync the weights between the animations or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't judge the ECS based on that animation example. That animation example is complicated for reasons that are unrelated to the ECS. Unfortunately, because this example is so intense, there's like 200 lines of code, and it's hard to figure out what actually needs to be here. I wish there was a simpler example. Tenua animating state is the helper for controlling the animations. The user is expected to provide it with an enum on every frame that describes the state of the character. The helper then tells the user system if the enum variant has changed, which usually means the system should start a new animation, or remain the same, which means the system should not change the animation. The controller can be used to determine the state of the character. So this is match on this function call, which is this weird like mapping from enum to enum-ish with a whole bunch of extra function calls inside of it. And then also an extra brace on the end to call something as a result of matching on that. So this is actually the match value. Tenua animating state directive maintain is really all we need. And then there's a whole bunch of functions that are like controller.animation flow status .just starting. That is some player seek all by. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do the animation stuff a different time. That's not going to be the next thing that we do. But we do have our character in here. We do have a controller. We have, you know, jumping. We have, I guess there's other controls. I didn't look too hard at it. I want to latch the camera onto the player. So it might be worth doing that right now. Let's do that. Game scene. Update, apply controls. Let's have another system called camera follow player. Camera follow player is a system. FN camera follow player. Come on, autocomplete that for me. Camera follow player. We need a query for the camera. We will only have one camera. I'm going to put, I think, a component on it. So we really want the transform of any with the follow player component. If I can type, geez. So we've got a query that's looking for any entity that has a transform with the follow player component. I probably also want the camera component. I think it's camera. I don't think it is it camera 3D. I think it's camera 3D. Follow player doesn't exist, so we'll do pub struct follow player and derive component on it. And this has to be with camera 3D as well. So we're looking for any transform on any entity that has the follow player component and the camera 3D component. Our camera is spawned here. So our camera 3D, I will also, well, actually, let's insert this when we start the game. So we spawn the player. After we spawn the player, we will probably also want access to the camera. So we'll query for the camera. And really what I want here is the entity. I don't actually care about the camera 3D, so I'll add the filter camera 3D for the entity. The camera query is expected to be something that is a single query. So we'll do let some camera equals camera query dot get single, else we return. And we'll warn here, so couldn't access camera or something like that, just in case something goes wrong. This is a result, so we'll wrap it in OK. So now we have an entity that we need to look for. This we can probably put all the way down to the bottom. Because we haven't spawned the player in yet. This is the player right here. So after we spawn in the player, we'll do commands.entity camera, and we'll insert follow player, which should insert that component when we spawn the player, or after we spawn the player, which means that our system that handles actually tracking the camera to the player will have something to do. That's this camera follow player system. So we probably also need the player I don't have a player component marker because I just never needed one up until this point. I think that I'm also going to do this here. So when we spawn the player, I will also spawn this marker component. So we'll also have a query player, which is going to be a query for the transform. I think it's not something we need to modify because we're just looking at it, and we'll do with player. So now we have the player and the camera. So for mute transform is what we're going to do. For mute transform and mute query, we have a transform that we need to translate to the player query. So we will do, again, I think we're only going to have one player ever. So we'll do this let sum player equals query player dot single mute, or not single mute, single. And I'm doing this in a safe way. You could write this in a much shorter way. I am choosing to warn if these go wrong instead of just crashing. So it takes a little bit of extra typing. No player accessible. This is also a result. I didn't specify that the query needed to be mutable, so I'll specify that so that this loop works. So now we have a transform for every camera that has a follow player entity on it. So we will need to do a lerp here. I actually have this code written. Did the warnings make debugging easier? You mean like the compiler errors that I'm talking about, that the little red squiggles and stuff? This is another project I had in here in camera, I think. I've already written the code that I'm about to write, so I'm going to grab this. And camera lerp factor is 4 in that example. So this is lerping towards the player. We're also going to need time so that we can do this on delta seconds. So we ask for the time resource. We're going to set the camera lerp factor. I'll set it to 4 because it was 4 in the other one. I don't know that we want it to be 4. We'll find out. That's going to be a variable that we play with a little bit. I wish smooth nudge was in. Okay, so I think we want to keep this at a height that's like 2 above the player, maybe. I guess looking at what? I'll add some camera control in, I suppose, at some point. You say else takes a bit longer. Does using else make debugging easier? Absolutely. So the option here is I could either use .single, which is going to be shorter, or I could use getSingle, which will be longer and then lets me do let else. And the difference is that if my assumption about this query is wrong and I'm querying for a player and I think there's only going to be one and there's 0 or 2 or more, if I do .single, my game will panic and crash. If I do getSingle and I handle that with a warning, the game won't crash, which actually does make debugging easier because I'll get no player accessible, which is especially nice when you're doing refactors But also in production, you probably don't want your game to just crash, right? That's a horrible user experience. If something goes wrong, maybe you generate a report or something, do something else like that, which is even more coding or whatever. But at the very least, having it warn instead of crashing the entire game, significantly better. Also, if you panic, right, and somebody's playing your game, panic won't run your save system before it crashes. So you are kind of putting your player at risk of doing things like not saving progress, or maybe it's in the middle of writing something and it crashes and panics, and now you have a corrupted save file or something like that. So in the vast majority of cases, unless something is absolutely never going to happen, in games, I prefer to not panic. Yes, and it will also, I think, either way, you'll get the line number. So you're absolutely right. Unwrap will give you the line number. Expect would let you get an error message in here as well as a line number. This warn will also give the line number, you know, things like that. Shouldn't the queries be disjoint given that the transform is mute in the first one? So adding an extra with, without in one of those. That is a good observation. You are correct. You have won the game. Did I do enough to make this work? I don't remember. I got off on talking. I don't think I'm modifying the right translation. It's a vibe. I forgot to do looking at. He just wants to break the fourth wall. New question here. I can code Rust, but never made a game before. Kind of interested in the Bevy Game Jam thing. Is it doable to finish a game with minimal game making experience? It depends on the game you make. Absolutely, you can. Yeah, I kind of overdid it with the without. You're right. The thing about making games is that most people overscope whether you have experience or not. Most people overscope. Most people end up never finishing a game. So that's going to be on you to choose a scope that works for you. I would start with the absolute simplest thing you can think of. You know, if this is the first time you've used Bevy and this is the game jam, it's cycles, right? So like maybe make a Pong variation and work cycles into a Pong variation, right? Like build something small and accomplishable. Understanding that you've never used Bevy before, understanding that you can code in Rust, so you can figure some things out. But you'll need to figure out things like, how do I make the ball move across the screen? How do I do collisions? Do I use a third-party library? Do I use Bevy for collisions? Do I, like all these decisions you're going to have to make, all of these things you're going to have to learn, you're probably going to want to make a very small game, which is totally cool. You can totally do that. But most people end up choosing too much scope in general, even if it's not their first game. That's why you end up seeing like a ton of videos on YouTube where they're all like, I've spent 4 years working on my game, and this video is about how I deleted everything and restarted it again. Like, that's how you get that video. But I think it's totally doable. I think you just need to pick a small game. Yeah, I don't think Gen 10 is trying to finish that game though, are they? I think they're just working on it because they like voxel stuff, right? Okay, so X, Y, Z. We'll do Y. I don't know, plus 10. We'll do Z plus 10, and we'll do X plus 10. This is just some random offsetting. It'll always be offset in the same direction. I think that longer term, my plan is to. Oh, it's not looking at the right thing. I'm just gonna change the sign rather than point the camera in the right direction. Which didn't work, so unfortunate. So let's do translation, lerp, direction. Transform dot looking at player. What is it? Vec3y is the right thing to do here. And this is player dot translation. And that is going to warn me because I've forgotten that that function is unused value because we need to set transform, I guess, equal to that would be the way to do it. Mute transform looking at. I thought looking at, oh no, look at is the right. Look at is the mutative version. That makes more sense. So this is going to be really awkward because I made the hilariously, actually, this is moving in the opposite direction. When I hit back, it goes forward. When I hit forward, it goes back, and left and right are the wrong direction. But that's a whole other issue. So at least we have a camera that is not great. I'm going to be honest. It's just a first instantiation, but we've got the ability to kind of run our character around and have a camera chasing it. I don't know that this is the camera that I want for the game. I think if I do something a little bit more like Overcooked, you probably want an isometric view of everything. But it's a little bit nice to see this as well. Very possible. Not sure the motivations, but 3 rewrites does suggest an intent to get something out there. You think 3 rewrites is suggest an intent to ship something and not learn? I feel like 3 rewrites is an intent to learn stuff. Like, I've built a thing. I know it could be better. I'm going to rewrite it to learn a little bit more with the knowledge that I have. And now I have more knowledge and I'm going to rewrite it again. And now I have more knowledge and I'm going to rewrite it again. It feels like a learning project more than a shipping project. But who knows? I don't know what their intentions are. Cool. So the other option here is to do an isometric 3D camera. I do really like the idea of having an isometric environment. So while we can do this and we can follow the player, I think I didn't think that through. And I think that I want to maybe have some static cameras that do more of an orthographic view. So let's not do follow. And let's do lib. Let's do camera 3D bundle looking at. Let's do projection. Projection orthographic. Orthographic projection. And then I think we need to set these values to specific things that are not the same as the defaults. So let's go look at it. Because actually, I'm not sure if we need to do that for 3D. I know we need to do that for the 2D because this default is 0 and far defaults to 1000. But for the camera 2D bundle, the orthographic projection on the default implementation has these values. Do both camera follow and ortho. We could switch it up depending on the level, depending on what we're doing. Declared motivations were performance concerns. Yeah, a voxel game has a lot of performance concerns. I think that that's like a known issue with voxel games, right? Like that's the frontier of research for those kinds of games. So that's that. Let's do camera. Let's take a look at camera 3D bundle for a second. I don't think there is a fancy initiation function for us to use. Deband dither, exposure, frustum, global projection, tone mapping, transform. Yeah. I don't think that there's anything special for us to use to make that happen. So let's see if we blew everything up. Yeah, definitely getting something out there. Wow, this is really far away. We're going to have to way change this. Why is this so far away? I guess the projection is what changes that, right? So let's do something else. Where's our camera? There's the camera. This is the amazing projection that we have. Our half space collider is in fact infinite. Let's see, frustum, projection, orthographic. Let's make this like 100 and like 100, maybe. What am I doing wrong? Why is this so far away? So 1,000 and 1,000. And then I don't want to scale down to like 0,001. That is kind of what I've caused myself to do here. Also, where'd our floor go? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want the projection scale to be, I mean, I guess it is, right? That's just how it's going to be if I set it like this. But the projection scale is like 0.02 right now, and that feels too small. I don't have any basis for it to be like, you know, wrong or whatever, but I'm also concerned about our floor. Where did our floor go? Right? Like, why is the floor so... Did I flip things upside down? Are we perfectly on the edge there? Is that the issue? I think we're perfectly on the edge. No, that's the back side. That's the problem there. So we're beneath? It's hard to tell. Let's do 0, 0, 0 maybe. Okay. And then we have a translation, right? And this is why this is... This feels top down. But we're not high enough? Why do I feel like we're viewing the underside of the floor? Flipped normal? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's hard to tell with the orthographic projection. But it was working before the orthographic projection. Oh, I flipped it. That's not it, but we are clearly underneath now. Okay, okay. And then we don't really want the rotation there. Okay. I will figure out the right way to do this at some point, but that is definitely part of it. I flipped the near and the far. What is the rotation in decimals for that? Hey, can't stay for the stream. Thanks for all the lovely Bevy videos, as well as This Week in Bevy. This has been great resources for keeping up to date. Hey, I'm glad you're liking them. Yeah, and thank you for all your work on, you know, the Bevy releases and the migration notes and like all that kind of stuff. Is the debug data from the template printed at the mouse position? This debug data is Bevy mod picking debug data. It just happens to be there. This is, I think, potentially inaccurate because I believe that I have the picking backend set up for 2D stuff, but I wasn't really paying attention and I just never turned it off. I was working with a 2D camera doing some UI stuff. I had Bevy mod picking enabled for that specifically. And I think as a result, this is screen space position that is on the mouse right now. It's not 3D position. Did I change my clip planes? Yes, the near and the far. So it's gotta be something like that, and then it's like, I forget what the thing is. It's like 45 degrees and 60 is the right orthograph, or the right oh, like roughly that. And then theoretically that can be zeroed out. Nope, that's not true. Is it 45 on the Y in 0 on this one? Wow, that is a great looking level, y'all. Radians, not degrees. Yes. 45 degrees in radians is what, pi over 2, so it's 1.8. No, that's 90. Pi over 4, 0.9. Oh, that was wrong. And then 60. That is straight down. You know what I should look up? "3D camera angles for isometric projection." Because, you know, somebody has already done this. X rod is about 35 and Y rod would be 45, and we need to do it in radians. So 0.61 and 0.78. 0.61 and 0.78. That is the wrong one to put it on. Looks great. Hey! Oh. Is it 339 then? No, 61. 6178. That looks better. That looks right. All right. We did it. Thank you for the help. I can't quite read that name. Fizix, is that what that is? My font's a little small, is all it is. Okay, so that's what we need to have. Physics spelled funny. That makes so much sense. Okay, so now this is great. X, Y, up, down. Wonderful. Scale gets us in and out. Scale is like massive for whatever reason. So something more like that would be the isometric projection for 3D. Not exactly platformer status for isometric, but I don't want to make a platformer anyway. So I'm going to screenshot those coordinates. And then I need to figure out how to insert those. Oh wait, my near and far were already correct. I must have flipped them while we were messing around with stuff. Okay, so orthographic projection, near far, scale negative 0.3, which feels really weird, but I'm going to keep it for the moment. Projection, transform, with rotation. Quaternions come from radians. So from rotation x would be negative 0.78. That's what we had. I don't think actually applying multiple quats like this works, but perfect. What is the first one then? Oh, sick. It just gives you like the, so XYZ. think 0.5 was what I decided on for that. So theoretically, this would work. Except for the fact that it did not. I think that the isometric projection looks good. Splits that into 4 is pretty solid. What do we got? 663 to 1263, so 600 by 364, 712, 50, 350. That's not. Yes. I think yes. I think this is right. You gave me the mathematically correct isometric, right? Not the dimetric. Cool. Appreciate it. Scale should be good. The scale is clearly wrong. Let's get to our projection. Oh, it's 0.03. That's why. I missed a 0. All right. Isometric 3D animations running technically. I said I'm going to do the collider off stream and the animation stuff off stream. I will post that on Hackaderm and stuff when I get it working. I just think it's going to take me a little bit to figure out. Is there anything else that we can do that's cool that is just like drop in? I want to try some of the why can I not select my Chrome window for some reason? Every time I try to select my Chrome window, it selects my other Chrome window. What was I going to do? Bevy engine news 0.14. We've got motion blur, which I don't think we can even implement yet. Sharp screen space reflections. What if we just put reflections on this thing we're standing on? The other thing would be volumetric fog. Would be very cool to play with. Part of the reason I'm doing 3D is because there's so many awesome 3D rendering features going in. And I just want to play with all of them. Character needs a hoverboard? Yeah. It's a game already. You know, sure. We'll call it a game. So not motion blur. Depth of field is something that I really want. I think that depth of field is going to be very fun to play with. So I think this is just going to be a component on the camera. I am actually not sure now that I think about it if it works with the orthographic projection. I assume it does. We'll just yoink all of their parameters, because why not? And then we need to add depth of field to the camera. I thought Tony McMapface was the default for 3D. Is that not the default for 3D? Let me find out. Default source tone mapping default. That'll be on tone mapping. Default. Yeah, Tony McMapface is the default, so we don't need to touch that. Not sure about that, but worth testing. Yeah, the orthographic versus depth of field. That's exactly what I'm going to test right now. Can we add a quick environment map light? I have never added an environment map light to a game. But we can totally try. I'm totally down with that. At this point, I think that we're just going to be adding cool 3D rendering features for the moment. Because I think that for the player controls and animations, I have to spend some time heads down doing that. So for stream stuff, we're just going to play with some rendering stuff. And we can totally do an environment map. I think I will steal the one from the example after we do the depth of field. That's my stuff. That's not their stuff. Animating. Now I've got so many windows open. Morph targets. Where did I even open this window? Do I have like another Chrome instance? I do have another Chrome instance. Camera, bloom settings, natural. Why is that not in the spawn? That feels really awkward. I guess they take that out at some point. For now, we're going to do what they do. And we can always change it later. That is just that is just inserting it regularly. I don't understand why that did that like that. Camera 3D bundle. Maybe just to make it clear, or maybe it was old. I don't know. Maybe it was written pre... What do we have other than natural? Old school screen blur. We'll play with those. We'll play with those. Depth of field settings, DOF settings. That's just their resource, right? Or is that something we actually need to do? Depth of field settings comes from Bevy, so we do need to do that. From app settings. So app settings has a from for that. Adjust focus, cool. Change mode, bokeh Gaussian. I think we need one of these somewhere. Yeah, for controllers, you'd better be alone. I don't want to be witness to that. Having the camera follow the character around the map in orthographic mode. I think that I want to position the camera in fixed positions for the game that I'm making. I think I was thinking, hey, maybe we could have the camera follow the player, but I want to do something that's orthographic perspective, isometric, that views kind of like the whole environment so that you can kind of strategize a little bit, you know? Like if we're going to go with the washing machine like kind of game, then there's going to be like a row of washing machines somewhere, and there's going to be like stuff to do and customers, and seeing the whole thing at once is something that I think the isometric perspective that doesn't follow the player is really good at. More global strategy kind of thing. I will need a little shop scene, absolutely. Where are the DOF settings? There it is. Import app settings for option the field settings. Mode and some other stuff. We need this. And this needs to be inserted on the camera. I feel like that's always one of the trade-offs with demos like this. The flexibility is amazing. Like being able to see everything when you run the demo is amazing. But you lose a little bit in the ability to copy paste from them when you're actually trying to make use of them. Oh, that's the animated fox. I keep going to the wrong Chrome window. Let's see. Depth of field, aperture, f-stops, focal distance. This is just the focal distance and the f-stops. So why did we define those constants? So the question is, have we done enough? We've enabled HDR, we've enabled Bloom, we have depth of field. I think we have basically nothing that would give off like depth of field effects. I guess the bloom looks like it's showing up on this rectangle here at least. Are you using Kenney stuff right? Is there any link in particular of the set you'd like to use? Is there any link in, I don't know if I'm going to use Kenney stuff for the little shop stuff. They have a wonderful little like thing here. And I'm really just using Kenney stuff as placeholder stuff. I am intending at some point to do my own stuff. Whether I get to that in the middle of the game jam or not, I don't know. But I am planning to make some of my own art. TBD. So I don't really have a selection. I do have the mini arcade stuff imported into this project. So like it's a starting place, you know. I also have all of the Kenney stuff. I have the all-in-one kit or whatever he calls it. So I can mix and match. I can use whatever I want for templating, for building stuff out. So we'll see. Camera, bloom settings, intensity. There it is. There's the game. We'll play it like this. Energy conserving. Where's the depth of field settings? There we go. Depth of field is not in the type registry. Well, guess we're headed back to registering it ourselves. Thanks for the good luck. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. So let's do, can we register this? Then we get to futz with it with, I guess it's not an asset, is it? Does not provide type information. Interesting. That's awkward. Let's do this. Let's do depth of field settings. I guess we're using bokeh right now, right? I kind of do want bokeh. We need a light in the scene, maybe. What do we do to visualize the depth of field? Let's do something really intense. Let's do FN DOF query mute depth of field settings, res time. So time, res time. Time dot time dot elapsed seconds dot sign. I think that only gives me whole numbers, but we can divide. And then depth of field, mode, bokeh, focal distance, probably what we want, right? And then it's getting to 1 o'clock. So I think this will be the last thing we do on stream, the depth of field stuff. Because I need to get some food in me. So focal distance. Let's do for mute DOF in mute query. DOF dot focal distance equals value. Mute for the query. This will be an update. Add systems on not on enter. Update DOF.run if in state app state in game. So value should be logged out because who knows what it's going to be. -1 to 1, which definitely doesn't do enough for us. So let's do let val equals val plus 1 over 2 so that we get a 0 to 1 value so that this number is correct. And then this will go from 0 to 20 over time. And I don't see it doing much of anything, honestly. I feel like I had something is not right here. Something is not working for depth of field. Hello, welcome back. Doing some depth of field stuff right now. Doing some of this kind of thing. I don't know if depth of field works on orthographic 3D cameras. Scene probably does need more objects for sure. That's my question, Xavier. What's the position of the camera? Camera is in like 001 area. It's either that or the scale is wrong, right? Like I'm trying to do this massive thing here. And what if it only works between like 0 and 0.3, you know? I think we would still be able to see the blurring for the depth of field, Steve. Like we don't need a ton of objects, but we do need, you know what I should do actually? I'm going to test this. So let's do this, and we'll do these come over here. Restart Visual Studio Code. Never. We need to do, what example was it? Depth of field. depth of field. And camera, let's make sure that this just works, right? First. I feel like I missed something in the chain of depth of field stuff. Like camera, HDR true, tone mapping on, bloom settings natural, depth of field settings. Like that's easily noticeable. So, where's the camera? Here. And default for the orthographic projection. Orthographic projection is 1000 here and there, and it's negative and positive, and I don't know if we need the scale. Let's run the example again. This is the wrong value because it needs to be wrapped. And then the scale, again, is the issue here. I'm going to assume that it's going to be similar. Kind of guessing at the scale value for a second, just to get it to show up. Okay. So if it works, it will work on this demo. And I don't think it does. I don't think depth of field works for orthographic projections. That's unfortunate. So I'm going to go with no on that working. I wonder how... Orthographic projection means no perspective, but depth is still there. Yada yada. It doesn't make sense to remove. So I think it should work, but it might not be implemented, or I'm doing something wrong. All of those are very possible. Either way, it'll make a great video. I think I'm going to call it for the stream. Unfortunately, we didn't get the field working. But I want to ask in the rendering channel and see if it should work. And I'll probably start making videos on the Jam game. So we'll see where it goes. I have no idea. The next thing that I need to do off camera is to do the controller stuff and the animation. And I also need to prepare This Week in Bevy this weekend. So thanks for hanging out. If you are someone who does Discord, type !Discord in chat and you can hang out. And otherwise, I'll see you again on Saturday for the next stream. I think we have at least one more stream for the Jam, because it's 9 days from now, so we should have Saturday. So whatever we end up with, Saturday will be close to whatever the finished game is. So that's it for today. I will catch you in the next one. Thanks for hanging out.